protesta. The fundamental error of the reformists is that of dreaming of solidarity, a sincere collaboration between masters and servants, between proprietors and workers, which, even if it might have existed here and there in periods of profound unconsciousness of the masses and of ingenious faith in religion and reward, is utterly impossible today. Those who envisage a society of well-stuffed pigs which waddle contentedly under the ferule of a small number of swineherd, who do not take into account the need for freedom and the sentiment of human dignity, who really believe in a God that orders, for this abstruse ends, the poor to be submissive and the rich to be good and charitable, can also imagine and aspire to a technical organization of production which assures abundance to all and is at the same time materially advantageous both to the bosses and to the workers. But in reality, social peace, based on abundance for all, will remain a dream, so long as society is divided into antagonistic classes, that is, employers and employees, and there will be neither peace nor abundance. The antagonism is spiritual rather than material. There will never be a sincere understanding between bosses and workers for the better exploitation of the forces of nature in the interests of mankind, because the bosses, above all, want to remain bosses and secure always more power at the expense of the workers, as well as by competition with other bosses, whereas the workers have had their fill of bosses and don't want more. Our good friends are wasting their time when they tell us that a little freedom is better than a brutal and unbridled tyranny. Their reasonable working day, a wage that allows people to live better than animals, and protection of women and children are preferable to the exploitation of human labor to the point of human exhaustion, or that the state school, bad as it is always better from the point of view of the child's moral development than schools run by priests and monks. For we are in complete agreement. And we also agree that there may be circumstances in which the election results, national or local, can have good or bad consequences, and that this vote might be determined by the anarchist vote if the strength of the rival parties were equally balanced. In most cases, it is an illusion. When elections are tolerably free, the only value they have is symbolic. They indicate the state of public opinion, which would have imposed itself by more efficacious means, and with more far-reaching results if it had not been offered the outlet of elections. But no matter. Even if some minor advances were the direct result of an electoral victory, anarchists should not flock to the polling booths or cease to preach their methods of struggle. Since no one can do everything in this world, one must choose one's own line of conduct. There is always an element of contradiction between minor improvements, the satisfaction of immediate needs, and the struggle for a society which is really better than the existing one. Those who want to devote themselves to the erection of public lavatories and drinking fountains where there is a need for them, or who use their energies for the construction of a road or the establishment of a municipal school, for the passing of some minor law to protect workers or to get rid of a brutal policeman, do well, perhaps, to use the ballot paper in favor of this or that influential personage. But then, since one wants to be practical, one must go the whole hog. So rather than waiting for the victory of the opposition party, rather than vote for the more kindred party, it is worth taking a shortcut and support the dominant party,
You're a mod,
serve the
Aquarium.
government already in office, and become the agent of the prefect or the major. And in fact, the neo-converts we have in mind did not in fact propose voting for the most progressive party, but for the one that had the greater chance of being elected. But in that case, where does it all end? In the course of human history, it is generally the case that the malcontents, the oppressed, and the rebels, before being able to conceive and desire a radical change
Can you hear the book,
in the
Aquarium?
political and social institutions, restrict their demands to partial changes, to concessions in the rulers, and to improvements. Hope of attaining reforms as well as in their efficacy precede the conviction that in order to destroy the power of a government or of a class, it is necessary to deny the reasons for that power and therefore to make a revolution. In the order of things, reforms are then introduced or they are not, and once introduced, either consolidate the existing regime or undermine it, assist the advent of revolution or hamper it, and in benefit or harm progress in general. Depending on their specific characteristics, the spirit in which they had been granted, and above all, the spirit in which they are asked for, claimed, or seized by the people. Governments and the privileged classes are naturally always guided by instincts of self-preservation, of consolidation, the development of their powers and privileges. And when they consent to reforms, it is either because they consider that they will serve their ends, or because they do not feel strong enough to resist and give in, feeling what might otherwise be a worse alternative.
I wonder if Anna's shadowed.
The oppressed either ask for and welcome improvements as a benefit graciously conceded, recognize the legitimacy of the power which is over them, and so do more harm than good by helping to slow down or divert, and perhaps even stop, the process of emancipation. Or instead they demand and impose improvements by their action, and welcome them as partial victories over the class enemy, using them as a spur to greater achievements, and thus they are valid help in the preparation to the total overthrow of privilege, that is, for the revolution. A point is reached when the demands of the dominated class cannot be accessed to by the ruling class without compromising their power. Then the violent conflict inevitably occurs. It is not true to say, therefore, that revolutionaries are systematically opposed to improvements, to reforms. They oppose the reformists, on the one hand, because their methods are less effective for securing reforms from governments and employers who only give in through fear, and on the other hand, because very often the reforms they prefer are those which not only bring doubtful immediate benefits, but also serve to consolidate the existing regime and to give the workers a vested interest in its continued existence. Thus, for instance, state pensions, insurance schemes, as well as profit-sharing schemes in agricultural and industrial enterprises, etc. Apart from the unpleasantness of the word, which has been abused and discredited by politicians, anarchism has always been, and can never be anything but, reformist. We prefer to say reformative in order to avoid any possible confusion with those who are officially classified as reformists, and seek by means of small and often ephemeral improvements to make the present system more bearable, and as a result, help to consolidate.
Oh, you're a mod.
Or who instead believe, in good faith, that it is possible to eliminate the existing social evils by recognizing and respecting, in practice,
what if I take my glasses off? Does it need to recognize the human face?
The basic political and economic institutions, which are the cause of as well as the prop that supports these evils.
Sort of.
But in any case, it is always a question of reforms, and the essential difference lies in the kind of reform one wants and the way one thinks of being able to achieve it. Revolution means, in the historical sense of the word, the radical reform of institutions, achieved rapidly by the violent insurrection of the people against existing power and privilege. And we are revolutionaries and insurrectionists because we do not just want to improve existing institutions, but to destroy them completely, abolishing every form of domination by man over man, and every kind of parasitism on human labor. And because we want to achieve this as quickly as possible, and because we believe that institutions born of violence are maintained by violence, will not give way except to an equivalent violence. But the revolution cannot be made just when one likes. Should we remain inactive, waiting for the situation to mature with time? And even after a successful insurrection, could we overnight realize all our desires and pass from a government and capitalist hell to a libertarian communist heaven, which is the complete freedom of man within
Maybe
the
if I put more eye makeup on, people will join.
All men.
You think so?
These are illusions,
Or if I put on
which can take root among authoritarians who look upon the masses as the raw material, which those who have power can, by decrees, supported by bullets and handcuffs, mold to their will. But these illusions have not taken among anarchists. We need the people's consensus, and therefore we persuade by means of propaganda and example. We must educate and seek to change the environment in such a way that this education may reach an ever-increasing number of people. We are reformers today, in so far as we seek to create the most favorable conditions and as large a body of enlightened militants so that an insurrection by the people could be brought to a satisfactory conclusion. We shall be reformers tomorrow, after a triumphant insurrection, the achievement of freedom. That we will seek with all the means that freedom permits, that is by propaganda, example, and even violent resistance against anyone who should wish to restrict our freedom in order to win over to our ideas an ever greater number of people. But we will never recognize the institutions. We will take or win all possible reforms with the same spirit that one tears occupied territory from the enemy's grasps in order to go on advancing. And we will always remain enemies of every government.
Nothing much. I'm gonna put makeup on
monarchy today,
so that
Republican
maybe
or Bolshevik
TikTok
governments
likes that, and it will show the live to people.
This has been a production of Audible
Liam's feeding
Anarchist.
his cat,
You can find
but
more
he's
Audible
enjoying
Anarchist
fake
on
office
YouTube.
hours. Shut up. Oh, you know what? I need it to be brighter as well. It likes bright things. Kropotkin. I'm mad at Bookchin. What is this? I don't get this. Was there a new poll? I'm gonna run the poll again. Well, yeah, she's the only one that's like against genocide, I guess. But I don't like presidents, so we're gonna listen to anarchist books until Liam gets here. Anarchy by Malatesta. They don't have a lot of lady authors on this thing. The Conquest of Bread. Let's get this bread. I burnt myself out trying to get everyone to vote for Bernie that one time. I'm not doing it again. I'm not trying to get people to vote for anyone ever again. People can vote for whoever they want, but I respect your hustle, Ren. Wait, why does it suggest that I invite Liam to join as a guest? Why is it reading my mind this creepy? I don't know how to apply mascara. Okay, put on Conquest of Bread.
This audio production was made in collaboration with Audible Anarchist. The Conquest of Bread by Peter Kropotkin. Chapter 1, Our Riches. Part 1,
The human race has traveled far since those bygone ages when men used to fashion their rude implements of flint and lived on the precarious spoils of the chase, leaving to their children for their only heritage a shelter beneath the rocks, some poor utensils, and nature,
what
vast,
an interesting voice,
ununderstood, and terrific, with whom they had to fight for their wretched existence. During the agitated times which have elapsed since, and which have lasted for many thousand years, mankind has nevertheless amassed untold treasures. It has cleared the land, dried the marshes, pierced the forests, made roads. It has been building, inventing, observing, reasoning. It has created a complex machinery, wrested her secrets from nature, and finally it has made a servant of steam.
A poll.
And the result is that now the child of the civilized man finds ready, at its birth, to his hand an immense capital accumulated by those who have gone before him. And this capital enables him to acquire, merely by his own labor, combined with the labor of others, riches surpassing the dreams of the Orient, expressed in the fairy tales of the 1001 Nights. The soil is cleared to a great extent, fit for the reception of the best seeds, ready to make a rich return for the skill and labor spent upon it, a return more than sufficient for all the wants of humanity. The methods of cultivation are known. On the wide prairies of America, each 100 men, with the aid of powerful machinery, can produce in a few months enough wheat to maintain 10,000 people for a whole year. And where a man wishes to double his produce, to treble it, to multiply it 100-fold, he makes the soil, gives to each plant the requisite care, and thus obtains enormous returns. While the hunter of old had to scour 50 or 60 square miles to find food for his family, the civilized man supports his household with far less pains and far more certainty on 1,000th part of that space. Climate is no longer an obstacle. When the sun fails, man replaces it by artificial heat, and we see the coming of a time when artificial light also will be used to stimulate vegetation. Meanwhile, by the use of glass and hot water pipes, man renders a given space 10 and 50 times more productive than it was in its natural state. The prodigies accomplished in industry are still more striking. With the cooperation of those intelligent beings, modern machines, themselves the fruit of 3 or 4 generations of inventors, mostly unknown, 100 men manufacture now the stuff to clothe 10,000 persons for a period of 2 years. In well-managed coal mines, the labor of 100 miners furnishes each year enough fuel to warm 10,000 families under an inclement sky. And we have lately witnessed twice the spectacle of a wonderful city springing up in a few months at Paris, without interrupting in the slightest degree the regular work of the French nation. Let's let people up if they're active in the chat first. And if in manufactures as in agriculture, and as indeed through our whole social system, the labor, the discoveries, and the inventions of our ancestors profit chiefly the few, it is nonetheless certain that mankind in general, aided by the creatures of steel and iron which it already possesses, could already procure an existence of wealth and ease for every one of its members. Truly, we are rich, far richer than we think, rich in what we already possess, richer still in the possibilities of production of our actual mechanical outfit. We're not letting people up yet, but in a little bit, what we might win from our soil, from our manufacturers, from our science, from our technical knowledge. I can't check profiles from my thing, y'all. Bring about the well-being of all.
Egypt in the house.
Chapter 1, Part B. In civilized societies are rich. Why then are the many poor? Why this painful drudgery for the masses? Why, even to the best paid workmen, this uncertainty for the morrow, in the midst of all the wealth and...
I had to wait for the thing to time out when you invited me.
Are you talking?
Yeah. You know what I'm hearing? I had to let the request time out because if you decline it, it does some other weird shit. So I had to sit there for 2 minutes, unable to see the chat or anything, just because I wanted to answer the poll. And by the time it disappeared, the poll was gone.
You're a mod anyway. You can't answer it.
I thought you could have, as long as you weren't on the panels there. Mods can never do them. That's interesting.
No, mods can never vote.
Oh well, wouldn't have worked. I don't know all these mod rules yet.
Oh, how do I change the little boxes and like make you bigger and things like that? Where is that? Guests. Aquarium, do you know how to make people big? Like make the boxes different? It's not exactly what I wanted to do. It's only giving me shrink or expand, but JBS does that thing where it's like 2 boxes. What's Fun Kit? Oh, okay, I see it. Grid. Switch. Here it is. I guess that's what I was looking for. Is it yummy? What am I gonna put on? Oh, you know what? I should put bell hooks on. Anna's account might be shadowed. Oh, cactus.
I sent some shares, so.
Okay, Will to Change or All About Love? Aquarium, call it. Do you know bell hooks? Geekla Freak. Oh, there's someone requesting. Cacti. Succulents. Okay. I'm gonna put All About Love.
Ollie and
Yo, Cactus.
Hello, how are you two doing?
Great. What's poppin'?
Not much. I'm just been working and reading. Yeah.
Reading.
That kind of sounds like my entire life.
Yeah.
Reading.
For me, it's just coding and reading.
But it was love.
But I actually sent you a message asking about good books about Indian history, but I got John Key's India a History. I'm pretty close to being done with it. He seemed okay. But yeah, I'm up to the Mughal Empire at this point. But there's just so much, there's just so much. From like 500 BC up until like 1000 AD. It's just so hard to keep track of.
Yo, Cactus. Let's let Liam eat, unless Liam, you're done and you're gonna.
There's a good history of the Raj from a socialist perspective, but I can't remember the author offhand. If I find your message later, I'll send that. But speaking of cacti, I actually I had a large one that I just broke apart last week and propagated into a whole bunch of different pots. So I'm creating a whole bunch of cacti. So you are reproducing in my front yard right now. I just thought I'd let you know you're leaving your children here, and I'm going to file for child support or something at some point.
For sure. But I read this book, The One Straw Revolution, which I was a big fan of. I don't know if you've heard of it. But it's by this Japanese scientist who was, an expert in agriculture and biology, and figured out, this kind of philosophy of farming where you don't need pesticides or fertilizers or the plow. And he basically rejected traditional farming and modern agricultural techniques. And but it's also kind of this like spiritual book about nature and all this kind of interesting stuff. But I had a lot of fun with that one too.
Do you want me to put the audiobook on, Liam, or do you want to go into like Q&A time now? Okay, Cactus, I'm gonna put this audiobook on while he finishes eating. It's Bell Hooks All About Love. I think it's pretty good.
Preface. When I was a child, it was clear to me that life was not worth living if we did not know love. I wish I could testify that I came to this awareness because of the love I felt in my life.
You hear it?
But it was love's absence that let me know how much love mattered. I was my father's first daughter. At the moment of my birth, I was looked upon with loving kindness, cherished and made to feel wanted on this earth and in my home. To this day, I cannot remember when that feeling of being loved left me. I just know that one day I was no longer precious. Those who had initially loved me well turned away. The absence of their recognition and regard pierced my heart and left me with a feeling of brokenheartedness so profound I was
Aquarium, do you know how I make the little announcement in the chat? Hold on. Okay, I don't know.
I lived my life suspended, trapped by the past, unable to move into the future. Like every wounded child, I just wanted to turn back time and be in that paradise again, in that moment of remembered rapture where I felt loved, where I felt a sense of belonging. We can never go back. I know that now. We can go forward. We can find the love our hearts long for, but not until we let go grief about the love we lost long ago when we were little and had no voice to speak the heart's longing. All the years of my life, I thought I was searching for love. I found retrospectively to be years where I was simply trying to recover what had been lost, to return to the first home, to get back the rapture of first love. I was not really ready to love or be loved in the present. I was still mourning, clinging to the broken heart of girlhood, to broken connections. When that mourning ceased, I was able to love again. I awakened from my trance state and was stunned to find the world I was living in, the world of the present, was no longer a world open to love. And I noticed that all around me I heard testimony that lovelessness had become the order of the day. I feel our nations turning away from love as intensely as I felt love's abandonment in my girlhood. Turning away, we risk moving into a wilderness of spirit so intense we may never find our way home again. I write of love to bear witness both to the danger in this movement and to call for a return to love. Redeemed and restored, love returns us to the promise of everlasting life. When we love, we can let our hearts speak. Introduction. Grace. Touched by love. Quote, "It is possible to speak with our heart directly. Most ancient cultures know this. We can actually converse with our heart as if it were a good friend. In modern life, we have become so busy with our daily affairs and thoughts that we have lost this essential art of taking time to converse with our heart." Unquote. Jack Cornfield. On my kitchen wall hang 4 snapshots of graffiti art I first saw on construction walls as I walked to my teaching job at Yale University years ago. The declaration, "The search for love continues even in the face of great odds," was painted in bright colors. At the time, recently separated from a partner of almost 15 years, I was often overwhelmed by grief, so profound it seemed as though an immense sea of pain was washing my heart and soul away. Overcome by sensations of being pulled underwater, drowning, I was constantly searching for anchors to keep me afloat, to pull me back safely to the shore. The declaration on the construction walls with its childlike drawing of unidentifiable animals always lifted my spirits. Whenever I passed this site, the affirmation of love's possibility sprawled across the block gave me hope. Signed with the first name of local artist, these works spoke to my heart. Reading them, I felt certain the artist was undergoing a crisis in his life, either already confronting loss or facing the possibility of loss. In my head, I engaged in imaginary conversations about the meaning of love with him. I told him how his playful graffiti art anchored me and helped restore my faith in love. I talked about the way this declaration, with its promise of a love waiting to be found, a love I could still hope for, lifted me out of the abyss I had fallen into. My grief was a heavy, despairing sadness caused by parting from a companion of many years, but, more important, it was a despair rooted in the fear that love did not exist, could not be found. And even if it were lurking somewhere, I might never know it in my lifetime. It had become hard for me to continue to believe in love's promise when everywhere I turned, the enchantment of power or the terror of fear overshadowed the will to love. One day, on my way to work, looking forward to the day's meditation on love that the sight of the graffiti art engendered, I was stunned to find that the construction company had painted over the picture with a white paint, so glaringly bright it was possible to see faint traces of the original art underneath. Upset that what had now become a ritual affirmation of love's grace was no longer there to welcome me, I told everyone of my disappointment. Finally, someone passed on the rumor that the graffiti art had been whitewashed because the words were a reference to individuals living with HIV and that the artist might be gay. Perhaps. It is just as likely that the men who splashed paint on the wall were threatened by this public confessing of a longing for love, a longing so intense it could not only be spoken, but was deliberately searched for. After much searching, I located the artist and talked with him face to face about the meaning of love. We spoke about the way public art can be a vehicle for the sharing of life-affirming thoughts. And we both expressed our grief and annoyance that the construction company had so callously covered up a powerful message about love. To remind me of the construction walls, he gave me snapshots of the graffiti art. From the time we met, everywhere I have lived, I have placed these snapshots above my kitchen sink. Every day, when I drink water or...
Are you done eating? I don't know what that is, but... Look, Liam, I told you. Look in the chat. Swear to God. I mean, thank you, Lily. Power is backwards. Oh. I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh. Nebulizer. Get that nebulizer. Yeah, I know. I didn't like the Kropotkin person's voice, and then I didn't like the Bell Hooks person's voice, so I'm just gonna have to make my own monotone audiobooks. And Lily, this isn't Anna, it's Emily. I'm borrowing her account because I don't have the multi-guest live access thing.
I feel that way so often about audiobooks. Either the voice is terrible or more often than not, they don't have what I want in audio anyway. So I'm like, gosh, I should just make my own and put it out there somewhere. But
I've been wanting to do that forever. How the Irish Became White. There's no audiobook. I've never found one. So I want to do that. I want to do Pan-African Social Ecology. Yeah. Thanks, Lily. I'll screenshot that. People have been telling me that for 12 years. So that's fun.
Okay, now you've been saying that, but now I've seen it in the wild. It is a thing.
Because I cut my bangs. If I hadn't cut my bangs recently, it wouldn't happen. You wouldn't see it. You'd be like, oh, who's that person? Tamara. What is Tamara saying to me? I saw Zooey Deschanel's haircut in the movie Yes Man, starring Jim Carrey. And I was like, damn, that unknown actress has a great haircut. And so I took a picture to my hair lady and was like, give me this hairs, please. And I'm gonna have to get Oppo in a minute. And then right after that, Zooey Deschanel blew up and she had her own TV show and all this stuff. And she and him blew up. And I was like, I guess I look like Zooey Deschanel now. Is Tamara here?
I'm still not sure if I should be happy or sad that I don't know who she is. I only know the name. And I have Tamara, but and actually I sent the link to her by SMS earlier because she asked about it, but I can't see who else here. I don't know.
I invited her, or I shared it with her.
It only shows 4 people at the top out of 10, so I don't know what the deal is with that.
Stupid. Oh, there's Tamara. I'll invite her again. Emily Deschanel. Yes, Zooey Deschanel has a sister named Emily. Fun fact. And she's not a Nepo baby.
Could I ask Liam some questions, if that's all right?
Liam was doing the nebulizer thing. I don't know if he's still doing it. I'm going to get my bird. No, I'll get him the next time he screams at me. Wait. Oh, Emily Deschanel's in it. Oh, she's like actually an actress. What, Liam?
Doesn't take long. Almost done.
Okay.
stay off screen because I'm assuming the Chinese dancing app will think it's like a water pipe or something.
Yeah. Cállate, por favor. Lily, have you ever played True American? Um, how do I send a link to
Wanting love, but not.
No, I'm done with that. How do I send a link to a live to someone through text? Oh.
Hit copy this link and then paste it where you want.
Yeah, I figured it out. Tamara. Oh, tomorrow we have to get you live access so you can get Baraki on here to talk to Apo. Because Apo's been trying to say Baraki. He says Rocky. Rocky? I'm gonna go get him. Wow, you can go talk to your friend. I can't type in the chat. Look, it's Liam. But
You can, but it'll sort of hide it. You have to click I think it's like 3 dots or something. You bring something up, and then there's a thing that says comment, and then you can type. But it doesn't have the bar at the bottom.
UI problems. Okay, I'm gonna type what we're doing because, yeah. What are you doing? Alpha just took a crap. This is fake office hours. What's up, Alpha? What's poppin'? You want to talk about Miss Baraki? Baraki? Say it. Speak your words.
Okay, theoretically, I can breathe for a while.
Okay. If anyone in the chat is a mod and see like what I just posted under Anna, You can like just repeat that randomly if you want. Oh, but you're ready, so don't repeat that actually. Cactus, I hear your mouth sounds.
You know, that's actually my dog sleeping on the other couch across the room. I'm surprised that I could hear that.
I don't believe that for a second.
I mean, okay. I don't know. Oh, my friend, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you changed your name from 510 to Danny, but he's here. Yes. But I did have a question, if that's okay.
Can you breathe, Liam?
I have an answer. Let's see if they match.
I was wondering, I've read recently that there were a lot of Greeks already in the Khorasan region before the conquest of Alexander the Great. How did those people end up there? Was it mostly just the Persian kings like deporting people or sending people there? Was it just people moving there of their own accord? But I remember looking into it and being very surprised that there were already a lot of Greeks in the region.
What region?
In the Khorasan region, like the eastward extent of Alexander's conquest in Persia.
I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the name.
It's like the Hindu Kush, like north of there, like that region.
Oh, okay. So, so I guess north of Sind, east of what the Greeks called Gedrosia.
Yeah.
I guess Gedrosia on the south would have been the furthest extent of like Persian territory on the southern edge, and then further north, would have been basically Bactria. So yeah, maybe I'm blanking on the the word Karasan or whatever that is. I don't know. There were there were Greeks in the area because there were tons of mercenaries and traders and whatnot that moved through the Persian Empire already. I mean, the Persians actually employed Greeks for, a couple of centuries easily before Alexander. So there were tons of them all over the place, and some ended up staying in different places, settling down. There's a number of surviving accounts, actually, of Greek soldiers and traders in the area, that were moving through the Persian Empire while the Persian Empire was a thing. So I'm guessing that would be that, but but I don't know the reference you mean, and I don't know what kind of numbers there would have been.
I've heard Khorasan just be like used as a very general, term for that region. But that answers the question very well, thanks. And I had a similar question. I know there's a number of I'm now learning there were a number of Abyssinian or people who lived in Abyssinia who ended up in South Asia, who became leaders of certain Muslim empires in South Asia. How would those people have gotten there and then gotten into the position of leadership usually, or would it just kind of vary?
Sorry, I only heard part of that. I'm going to ask to repeat. I was just looking at looking at Karasan because the name is so unfamiliar, and all it comes up is Karachi. So it's probably just a variation of that, and as a name for the region there.
Like Khorasan. It's a pretty common. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it properly because it's a pretty common term. There's like the Khorasan group. It's like a big group in Afghanistan now too.
How are you spelling it? What's
Khorasahn or something like that.
Oh, Khorasan.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's an Iranian name for. That's actually a good. That's a bit further west and south. It wouldn't be the furthest over at all. That's actually a bit west of, a little bit west of where like the Getorosia area is. So at least not yet into the desert.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I don't know. Do you know where the Bushehr reactor is in Iran along the coast?
On the coast.
On the southern coast of Iran is where there are nuclear reactors. Okay, never mind. So like where the Emirates kind of like pokes up,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and helps to close the Gulf up. The area just to the north of that is Khorasan.
Okay. But the other question was, how did people
Greeks of the way were in that area for mostly for trade at that point. You know,
Okay.
It was a major like coast hub, and Greeks were actually already exploring along the coast area before Alexander.
Okay.
Anyway, so what was the other question though?
How did a lot of Abyssinian or people of Abyssinian origin end up in South Asia and ultimately become the leaders of a lot of the caliphates in South Asia, or the sultanates? Excuse me.
I'm not really aware of there being a lot, but there were a number of East Africans who not only were involved in the broader Indian Ocean trade and were moving along there, and some Ethiopians ended up getting into part of that. Also, Ethiopians tended to migrate north and again serve as soldiers in different places. There were always Ethiopia is actually one of the best known parts of Africa in the ancient world, because it's not it's not too difficult for them to get out toward the coast and then explore from there, and a number of ancient kingdoms had formed, so it was a relatively well developed and populous area. So they were involved in tons of like trade routes, military ventures, all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, they were occasionally also, maybe because people also get enslaved, so some ended up in different places in random parts of the world just because of slavery. But that's true for any population. I mean, a bunch of the Greeks that ended up scattered around in that area were taken as slaves too. So honestly, the Persian Empire is really unusual in ancient world history for rejecting slavery. They're the only major power that actually said, fuck no, we have no interest in slavery. Everyone else is like, slave good. Yeah, slaves are good. So generally speaking, if you wandered around and there was no, you were kind of by yourself somewhere, someone could easily kidnap you and off you go as a slave. So it was just an unfortunate occurrence for a lot of people. But I don't know, they were in very large numbers in South Asia. That's sort of new to me.
One of the leaders of the Bengal Sultanates, and I think one of the leaders of the Delhi Sultanate too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, with that, it largely would. It'd be hard to say for sure. You'd have to look at the actual history of the individual figures, but the Delhi Sultanate actually benefited from a significant part of the Islamic slave trade, so that's always possible. But again, tons of people also joined and moved in. There's always migrations of individuals into different areas looking for opportunities, and Ethiopians historically were did play a big part in the Indian Ocean trade. Well before the rise of the Swahili coast states later. Early on, like there were Ethiopians who moved around and carried goods and items and knowledge of the area. It's one of the reasons that Judaism spread into it, way back in antiquity, and then Christianity spread. It was one of the first Christian areas. It's one of the very earliest kingdoms.
Kerala, right?
Christianity was in Ethiopia, so there's always this strong connection between Ethiopia and the rest of the ancient world.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, all three Abrahamic faiths move into it very early in their history. Actually, oh my God, the later one. So even before the Great Hijra, the movement of Muhammad's followers from Mecca to Medina, there had already been a migration out from Mecca into Ethiopia. That's how interconnected Ethiopia is to the ancient world. And we tend to forget that now because, Eurocentric history. But Ethiopia was actually quite a few kingdoms in Ethiopia were major players in the ancient world, and people constantly interacted with them because the area was wealthy. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, Star. Hello, Erica. Hello, Kellyanne. All kinds of people popping in here. Cool. Oh, let's test this.
Hey, Erica.
Hi, friends. Happy Friday. I've missed you so much. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Oh, you're totally right. Mods can't do it. I've never had. I'm probably being a mod. I try to answer a poll. John Wick. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Tyler Durden isn't real, so that's not right. And I want somebody to take him down. So gotta be John Wick all the way.
I think I could keep going with questions forever. So I don't know what the plan is with the live or what direction y'all want to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, Tamara asked a bit ago why we're doing this. Do you mind if I answer that, Emily Fake Anna?
Yeah, go for it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've done 49 of those weekly office hour things. So the next one is the 50th. I thought the 50th might be, I don't know, it's a nice round number. It seems like a fun thing to do something kind of cool on. So I'm going to be hanging out in person with Emily pretty soon. So when that happens, we'll do the 50th. So I think this week and I think next week we'll kind of like bop around and use somebody else's and I'll just be a panelist instead. And then the 50th can be like, it'll be like a joint thing with two people doing one, which I think is kind of cool. I've never done that before. It might be neat.
Wait, so you're doing that next week?
No, I think it's let's see. Terrible dates. I gotta look at the calendar.
That's pretty incredible. It's been that many.
It'll be not next week, the week after that. So it'll be the week of the 16th. Yeah. There'll be two of us in the room here. But unfortunately, no Oppo. That'll be another time. We'll have an Oppo episode later with this, but.
Did you hear your name? He was laughing at you, but I don't think you can hear it on TikTok.
I can usually hear him.
Oh.
So this week and next week, my actual office hours live are kind of on hiatus, and we're doing like, as Emily said, fake office hours. So this week it's on Anna's account because Emily's wasn't ready, and I think next week might be on hers, but we'll see. Either hers or Meg's or somebody else's, but I'll try to let people know and share it out.
I mean, Cactus, I always appreciate your questions. I feel like you always get Liam into one of his rants. That's why we're all here. Like, I know that like fake Anna and I are here for Liam's rants, and you always get him into that. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate your questions. And hi, friends. Happy Friday. I'm so happy to see all of y'all.
Oppo loves you, Erica. Oh my God. He was like, Kelly, which is his highest term of endearment.
Well, and this is like no makeup vulnerable Erica. So here we go. Here with my grapes that we have in Colorado, we have an infestation of Japanese beetles that will eat all of the grapevines, grapes, and Queen Anne lace. And so, yeah, my grapevines are being completely decimated by these beetles. So I have to go out for 20 minutes each day and take them out. And I put a whole bunch of traps out. But the Japanese beetles they're bad on the grapes out here, but I still have some that are turning purple. So I'll still have tons to make jam and do all the things that I do. And my apple trees are going really good. So I'll be able to do some cider. I did a fermented cider, but all of my kegs exploded. So if I do adult cider, I'm just gonna make the cider and pour the alcohol into it because I am not as good as the people who do. I took all the advice from all my fermenting friends and it did not work. It did not work. it exploded several mini kegs. So, happy Friday, y'all.
When the grapes bounce back and you have an abundance again, can we look forward to the development of, I don't know, MDiv brand wine?
Oh my gosh, I would love. Okay, so I have thought about distillery. You know, I can kind of go into like a little bit of the apocalyptic piece.
Is there wine, like Colorado wine? Is that a thing?
Colorado wine is a thing, Cactus.
That's wow. That I didn't know that. I did not expect that.
It's not terribly well known, but you actually there are some grape varieties that do well in mountains. So yeah, there's definitely some.
My favorite, there was a 60 Minutes. I mean, I hate 60 Minutes, but they had something about English wine, like this English vineyard. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, well, that's not.
Sorry?
It's not good.
Yeah, well, it's just because of climate change also. And they just interview and they're like, yeah, well, just because the earth is going to shit, like, we might as well make wine in England, whatever.
Honestly, I'm starting to... Okay, so if they start this early because of that, that's probably a good idea because it takes quite a long time for the soil and whatnot to really develop. So early on when areas take off and start producing wine, for years and years and years, the wine is shit. So like Chilean wines were terrible and Australian wines were terrible and California wines used to be terrible, but now California wines are drunk all over the world, but they started off as real shit. And every new area they start doing wine production in, it takes a while to start getting really good. So, yeah, maybe starting early.
I don't know. I think we should start a whiskey or like distillery. I think it's more whiskey than wine. I think it's going to be the flower. I don't know what to call it here, but the California, Colorado flower. Whiskey, those things are going to become important, I think, in the future. I don't mean to become like all apocalyptic, but like the Colorado MMJ prohibition lasted 45 minutes during 2020. Here, it was 45 minutes until they discovered that, or till they announced that dispensaries were part of an essential service. And those 45 minutes was crazy. I mean, you're talking about lines for blocks and blocks and blocks around the dispensaries in Colorado before they were titled an essential service. Yeah, the prohibition of Colorado that lasted 45 minutes is to be remembered. To be remembered.
I gotta say, just because we're vaguely on the topic of growing things. This book, The One Straw Revolution, is an incredible book. Really, really good book. Just really good kind of a socialist ecology book, but not really. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but very worthwhile.
If reading the descriptions, it sounds neat. It sounds like the kind of thing that a lot of like anarcho-primitivists would jump all over.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm that, but
well, I'm just saying, look, that any kind of alternative agricultural techniques tends to get them all hot and bothered. So
that's true. Yeah. Could I ask another history question, real quick? I do need to go in a sec.
Yeah, I mean, like Erica said, we don't tend to like your questions. I honestly, I like their randomness. The rants can get good too, but I like the fact that they're just what, which that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was wondering. It seems like in a lot of cases, and obviously you can't make generalizations like this, but two of the main reasons why a lot of people converted to Islam, ultimately, were partially to ingratiate themselves with the political elite, or it seems like a lot of people were also, especially in South Asia, Sudras or very poor people or people who, didn't really get a lot from the current status quo, who saw something to gain from converting. I mean, how much of that is true, or what were the main kind of reasons that people converted to Islam, especially in South Asia and Indonesia, Southeast Asia, places like that?
across Southeast Asia, it's overwhelmingly trade, which is the same way that Hinduism got there initially too, and Buddhism got there. There were tons and tons of South Asian merchants who cruised all over the place, and people said, "Hey, your gods sound kind of cool. I'd like that," and jumped into that, and then later, Buddhism also moved into the same area, and then Islam moved along the same way. So tons and tons of Arab traders, because as Arabs became more and more prominent, a lot more of them got involved in the Indian Ocean trade. So then Arab dhow were moving all over the place, and actually they found a really well-preserved 9th century Arab dhow off the coast of Indonesia that was in great shape, and all of its goods were still in there. So their merchants are all over the place. They're interacting with people, and people's like, "Hey, your god sounds kind of cool. I like that," and things just slowly spread. And then some merchants end up staying behind and intermarrying, which is why in a number of areas there's weird places where you can kind of claim a sort of Arab identity, even though 99% of your ancestry is not, because at some point some Arabs settled in among the population because they were marrying into local clans or whatever. There's a lot of that all down East Africa, all across the coast areas of South Asia, and all across Southeast Asia. It's a lot of merchants. The first mosque built in South Asia,
in Kerala, yeah,
Malabar coast, it was done because of merchant traffic. Mm-hmm. Those areas are where the merchants went. So Islam first got to South Asia not because of conquest, but because of trade and merchant activity. Conversion to it was never really all that politically advantageous for a lot of people, where it is in many other areas, because for much of the later Mughal period, even jizya wasn't charged. They went way out of their way to try and say, "Hey, we're
well, wasn't it?
Some earlier Muslim powers like the Delhi Sultanate did. So there were people who also said, "Hey, this tax burden sucks. I don't want that. If I convert, then zakat is less than jizya, whatever." They could switch over for that. But you are right about a portion of it. Some of it is escaping the caste system, but that's the same basic dynamic that drove conversion to Buddhism and Jainism. And one of the advantages here for Islam is that a Muslim way of life is less taxing in many ways than being a Buddhist, and especially than being a Jain. Jainism is a very difficult way to live, but people were still like, "Fuck it, I'll take that really hard way of living because you guys completely dispense with the caste system and don't care about it." So there were a lot of people who saw that as an advantage to it, for sure. But it's relatively small numbers in each generation. It just slowly builds up. But most people never had any interest in conversion. It's always small fringe areas. So some for political advantage, some for economic advantage, some because of contact with merchant families and trade and just exposure to it and interest in it, and some because it did dispense with the caste system.
And I mean, you said Hinduism came there because of trade too. I mean, it didn't.
Southeast Asia, yeah.
Southeast Asia, yeah.
So it's probably got, because originally places like Malaysia and Indonesia had very thriving Hinduism.
Yeah.
But Hinduism was gradually displaced in most of those areas by Buddhism and then Islam. But initially, there's a lot of Hinduism in the area, and there's still small fragments of it. And there's still small Hindu communities that descend in different areas. This is one of the things that I find blows people's minds in the discussion of the modern Arab world. But all of the Gulf Arab states, they all have an indigenous Hindu minority, because there were tons of South Asian merchants who moved also into the Middle East and settled in. So there are Hindu temples in Qatar and the Emirates and whatnot. They've been there for many centuries.
Well, Liam,
did that develop? I mean, would you say it's fair to say that developed initially Brahminic, Brahminic and Sudra caste kind of developed out of the Aryan migration and the contact with Dravidian populations, or is that just a big oversimplification?
The entire caste system is a reaction to moving into a different area. The simplest way to look at it, And the reason that it has the Varna system, so like in Sanskrit, Varna is like color basically, although we get caste from the Portuguese, word for it. But it has a kind of colorist or racist sort of element to it because of the way that the Indo-European migrants looked at farming communities. They saw people farming, working the soil, and they were darker skinned. So they associated the darker skin with the dirt because the Indo-Europeans at the time, they weren't farmers. They were, pastoral nomads and raiders. So they're basically like Vikings on chariots. They weren't a farming people. So the people at the bottom, when they're like, okay, the Shudra who are doing the farming, okay, they were overwhelming the darker Dravidian populations initially, and the top 30% or so, the upper three castes, and they found funny ways to justify it, like, well, we're all part of one big body, we're all part of like the body of Purusha, and like, the Shudra, you're all the way down at the feet, but the feet are essential for the body to stand, so you're valuable too, and so it's coming up with a social organization structure. People used to look at it, because it does have that social control element, as a kind of, when we talked about like the Aryan conquest of South Asia, we know now that it's actually a much more long-term process of migration and intermingling that develops that, rather than a wave of like forceful military conquest. But the religious system that they developed, that becomes Brahmanism and eventually evolves into Hinduism much later, the caste system is part of that as a way of dealing with their new reality and understanding why some people are farmers and they were not.
Cool. Yeah, I've got to go, but I think I'll come back a little bit later.
I think Erica might have a comment on this one too.
Yeah, Cactus, if I might add, and Liam, I don't know how much, like, I spent a lot of time at the Mahabodhi temple in Bodh Gaya, India, when I was living in India, Nepal, and Sikkim, which is a very interesting part of the world. And especially the Mahabodhi temple, which is built in the place where, apparently the Buddha attained enlightenment, and yet it was conquested over with Islamic regime and then with Hindu, and it's been over conquested several times. And it's just a very fascinating place to be. And when I was there, which was incredible, during the Dalai Lama was giving particular Kala Chakra initiations in the place where the Buddha attained enlightenment. And so I went to Bodh Gaya, which is a town of usually about like 10,000 people, and there were 500,000 people that came into this area. So I was like living out of this like army tent while doing these teachings. But I feel like, just like that entire area is seeing the historical, I don't know, I'm kind of like rambling now, but it's from the Buddhist to the Islamic to the Hindu, and this constant, where it is right now is quite peaceful. But I don't know how that really relates more, especially like my own personal experience, to modern day or like what we're going through. So anyway, my rambling. Thanks for putting up with me, y'all.
It's neat the way that Jainism and Buddhism essentially created Hinduism, because the earlier Brahmin faith was much more fatalistic. You could not escape the cycle, and you couldn't advance your status. There was no end point to it. So this whole idea of moksha and like becoming one with the universe is kind of patterned on the Buddhist nirvana, because people were converting to Jainism, and that was a hard enough life as it is, but people were doing it because the caste system sucked, and it was a redemptive faith. It gave you a way off the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And then Buddhism came along and was an even easier way to live, and also rejected the caste system and gave you a way off the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So enter the Upanishads and then some edits to the Rig Veda that basically bring in moksha and turn Brahmanism into Hinduism, which has its own kind of like redemptive aspect. And since then, Buddhism went into massive decline in South Asia, and Jainism stopped spreading and also shrunk a bit. And it was able to entrench itself much more easily because it already fit the cultural context. It didn't involve learning a whole lot of stuff, but it also had all of these benefits of the redemptive faiths. And that's one of the reasons that also Islam never took over. I mean, it's one of very, very few places where Muslims ruled for many centuries, and it never became a Muslim majority area. Islam was always a small minority, largely because it didn't offer as many advantages to Hindus, but to other areas that are walking in that don't have that history of like a universalistic redemptive faith, they're like, oh, okay, and they would turn to that. But it was a little bit of a harder sell for people. So it's much more like the personal relationships and things like that that kind of like conditioned conversion.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. There was a few comments, but in these lives, my brain just kind of goes, phew. So I'm sure it will come back.
Comes back. What's up? And yeah.
What'd you say, Liam?
Oh, just saying whenever like her thoughts or whatever pop up, just, throw them out. I love hearing them.
Just jump in whenever, Erica. Tamara had a question. Let me find it. It was kind of fun.
Something about World War III.
She says, would you address the impending World War, Liam?
Right. The short is that there will be no World War. There's realistically no prospect of it. No major powers are going to get involved in anything like this. It's not really in China's interest. It's not really in Russia's interests. A lot of other major economies we're too friendly with and too tightly interconnected with economically. And a lot of the smaller powers that want to rise in the world, like, say, the Iranians, it's massively disadvantageous to them to get involved in a war. It would set them back by decades, and everyone kind of knows that. So it forces people into a tough game. It forces people oftentimes to roll over for what Washington wants or find places where they can push back, but only within certain reason. Like what can they get away with? So there's a little bit of brinksmanship and a lot of like really careful, like, can we get away with doing that? Okay, maybe we can do that. Like what's worth it to them? But an actual direct military confrontation is pretty much unthinkable for any of the smaller powers and certainly the Middle Eastern powers, and none of the major powers will get involved in a war there. So it just, I mean, the Russians like selling shit to Iran. They like buying shit from Iranians, but there's no way they're going to send the Russian military in to back Iran in a war. It's just not, it doesn't do them any good. And the Russian economy is kind of fragile. It's done all right overall in terms of raising standards of living after the collapse in the 90s and the aughts, but it's largely because of petrochemical exports. So if they get involved in bigger conflicts and people start bombing their oil infrastructure or gas infrastructure, their whole economy collapses, and there goes Putin in an uprising. So he knows what he can get away with and what he can't get away with in that sense. And the Chinese, they want to make money. They don't give a shit about that. They want to project force in their own area, in their own backyard. So they don't like us interfering around Taiwan. They don't like our close relations with Japan. But they also know in a head-to-head fight, they can't win. Realistically, neither side can win because there's too big a distance between them. I mean, there's no way we're going to invade China, but in terms of, we can put like 13 aircraft carriers in there and bomb the holy hell out of it. They've got two very weak smaller aircraft carriers. They have no real ability to project force, so China can't really hurt us short of a nuclear war. So the main concern for them is to preserve their economic growth. So again, there's no immediate prospect of a world war involving them as a major power. There will be regional wars. There's going to continue to be regional wars, and we should have a lot of those across the 21st century, y'all, because of global warming and resource issues and declining freshwater supplies and desertification. Tons of other issues are going to cause major regional conflicts all around the frickin' world. That's not going away anytime soon. But there's no realistic chance of them spiraling into a massive great power conflict like we had in the 20th century, because most of the great powers are either already married to each other, think, say, of like Germany and France, or they depend upon each other economically to too great an extent to risk it. So hopefully that helps. But if there's any other part there, but the simple part is like World War is just something people say on the internet because they're not. I mean, if you've spent enough time studying like the economics and foreign policy of this, it doesn't make sense. But it makes sense when we think about scary conflicts, and there's a long history of major conflicts. So it naturally draws us into that kind of language. So I get that.
This bird. Yeah, I agree with all that. Tamara said she's listening, but she can't really talk. Yeah. Texted me. Stop biting me. You mentioned like Russia's not gonna like back Iran in a serious military way. It reminded me of how in North and East Syria, the Kurds, or the autonomous administration, would always say like Russia was such a terrible ally, and like they always wanted to avoid allying with Russia again as much as possible, even to the point of allying with the US when they needed to, which is, I mean, that just goes to show like Russia doesn't love Iran like that, like isn't loyal.
Yeah, they're unreliable as an ally, and they're also militarily much weaker than people think. They have suffered a horrendous casualty rate in their fight in Ukraine, largely because their conscript army is badly trained, badly equipped, and frequently drunk out of their minds because they don't want to be there in the first place. And many of them are taking off as soon as they freaking can. Oh, good, no one's looking, drop the gun and run.
Yeah.
Right? It's very difficult to actually motivate that. And if you're going to deploy forces overseas, the cost behind that, the logistics behind that, there are very few powers that can project force abroad. The French can do it on a very small scale. The Brits can do it on a very small scale. We're really the only one that can project force around the world. And if you guys paid any attention to the last 20 years, did it help us in Afghanistan? No. You can defeat an enemy, but you can't hold the territory. There's really no one with the ability to wage significant conflicts very far from home. And the Russians are a very minor military power in terms of their actual capacity. They're just a nuclear power.
Don't they have like more nukes than the US or something? I feel like I read that recently.
All through the Cold War, they tended to have more, and oftentimes better ones too. But that's because they emphasized their strategic deterrent because they knew they could not win a conventional war. I mean, defeating the Yazidis in World War II cost them 22 million people. I mean, those they're casualties on a scale we can't wrap our heads around. I mean, Americans lost 400,000 people in World War II. It's just they had numbers, but they really didn't have the economic heft or the industrial heft really to project force in any way. They had to depend upon mass wave tactics and infantry in a way that people really don't want to do. The Russians are really clever at industrial design, though, which is why their strategic deterrent was good, and why they had by far the best missiles of the Cold War. Right, the largest missiles with the strongest nukes and the most multiple independently targeted reentry vehicles. They're clever engineers. Their space program is witness to that. They put up, 6 space stations, for crying out loud. There's tons of innovation they did there, but the economy is very small overall. At the height of the Cold War, their economy was the size of the UK's economy. And the Russian economy today is much smaller than the Soviet economy was overall. Comparatively, it's not kept up. So they don't have the ability. They have the technical know-how. They can design really great jets, but they're not going to send those jets into combat in large numbers in the Middle East. It does not do them any damn good. It does not advance any of their own strategic objectives.
Ow, I've almost lost my finger 4 times just now. I swear to God, he was letting me know this is a dual power situation. He makes sure of it. I don't blame him.
Oppo is official co-host.
Erica, are you waving at Meg? Ow! Or Oppo? You love Erica
I'm waving at everyone. Hi, Rabias. Hi, Meg. Hi, Apple. Yeah.
Hello.
You have a question.
Mr. Apple. Apple, what are you doing? What are you
Did
doing,
you hear
Apple?
that?
What are you doing, Apple?
Where's Oppo? Where's Oppo? Where's Oppo? Oh no, where's Oppo? I can't find him anywhere. Oh no, where's... Yeah.
So did you say I can ask my question now, or are we still? Emily? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Oppo doesn't have a question.
Let's see. What did tomorrow have anything else in here? Let's see.
I thought she left, but we can double check.
Oh, she's in there. I didn't see any other follow up on this. Yeah, world intervention and accountability would be nice, but it's why we had the international law conversation recently on the podcast. Those are useful avenues there. But militarily, yeah, we're still basically fucked. Honestly, the whole reason we created a lot of these the so-called international order and all these major institutions, including the UN, is largely to help guarantee American supremacy, which is one of the reasons I find the Republican emphasis on getting the hell out of the UN like fucking hilarious, because it is so much in our interest to be there. We get to dominate so much of the conversation, and we can face zero accountability. I mean, okay, so we have like actual world court decisions all the time, and they're supposed to be binding on all UN member states. Whenever they happen to the US and they're ruled against us, we just say, nah, fuck it, and completely ignore it. Like there's no actual consequences because you depend upon the Security Council for that, and we can veto anything. So I agree tomorrow we need real intervention and accountability in these issues, but there's as yet no realistic way to do that. So it's like one of those like, I'm pulling up my hair forever. I mean, I don't know a way to do it.
Tamara actually is here. She left some comments.
She said a minute ago that she's listening, but she can't talk.
Yeah, I scrolled up a bit and saw a couple of places. That's why I was talking about accountability, because she has a comment earlier about that.
Tamara, did you say why are you crying? Why'd you say I'm crying? Oh, Christ. It's a bird. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Go night-night, little baby. Go night-night. Oh, Jill Stein was on. Maybe that's why no one was seeing the live.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if her percentage goes up much this time based on past ones, because there's so much of a push to try and get people to rally around the cop because of Trump, and that will sway a lot of regular voters. But there's plenty of people who are pissed off, and I'm sure a lot of those will drift over to Stein where they wouldn't otherwise. I've already seen polling of Arab Americans showing, almost half of them are like, yeah, I'm totally going to vote for Stein. So her total should go up a little, which would be nice.
I was proud of myself earlier today, friends, in that I went in front of a fairly large live with RTP and Felice, Jay and Felice, if you know them. But I was saying that, like, I owe no allegiance to the DNC. And we learned in Colorado where certain delegates or super delegates went ahead and voted for Hillary when their constituents were saying Bernie overwhelmingly. So there was just this very clear, like, you're going to do whatever the F you want to do, no matter what we say. And I told them that the DNC, I don't owe the DNC any allegiance for that. And that, like, I really feel like who I vote for president will really come down to, in that moment, and putting into context where I live in Colorado, where it's a very blue state. And we need to take into account, like, these third party votes. And Liam, I'd love to hear you talk more about, like, especially those of us in blue states voting for third party and like the things that we need in order to have a legitimate third party running, which for me has to be ranked choice voting, which we have that on the ballot for Colorado statewide. So I'm really hoping that that passes. We get campaign finance reform. And there's several things that have to happen first, but I would really love to hear, Liam, some of your thoughts with that. And like, yay, I'm being brave. I'm using my voice on the internet, y'all. I know there's only a few of us here, but that was like 1,000 people in that live, and I was really proud of myself. So there we go.
The short on this, because I think Rebellious has a question up. The ranked choice voting is the single best thing we can push everywhere. If you can get all 50 states to adopt ranked choice voting from president through Congress at state level, all the way down to municipal level, pass it statewide in all the different states, then we get around a significant constitutional flaw. And it's very difficult to amend the Constitution in the US. We're never going to get the voting system changed at the federal level that way, but you can change it at the state level because the Constitution actually leaves most of election law to the states. But because we're kind of stuck with like the basic winner take all kind of crap around it, or the EC. There's tons of ways in which the federal stuff does get in the way. But if we get ranked choice everywhere, then you can start campaigns pushing people to support a third party and say, yeah, vote green first, but yeah, sure, put your Dem for second choice. And if the Greens don't get enough, then cool, you haven't actually fucked us by electing more fascists. That would be the way forward. And then the trick there, once we get ranked choice, would be to actually put together an effective, broad, unity, populist, leftist kind of party that can rise. And this is one of the things I was really excited when Cornell was running as a Green, and I'm kind of pissed at him for breaking out and running as an independent, because it just divides things up even further. And it's hard enough. They won't want to try and get to their little 5% or whatever so they can get some federal matching funds. But all federal matching funds would do is it would allow them to reach more people a little bit, spread the idea of the party, but you can't win an election that way. And at the end of the day, running for president is a really stupid thing for any of these parties to be doing. What we should be doing is seeing Greens and socialists running for city council, county supervisor, state assembly members, things like that. Work your way up, establish the credibility of a real party, and get people to understand what do they actually stand for. Most Americans, I think, know fuck all of what the Greens stand for. Like, oh yeah, they're a bunch of like enviro hippies from the 60s or something. That's all. That they see the color. Like, it doesn't mean anything, and we don't have any kind of real left alternative beyond them. But the Greens are at least a decent center-left party, and they would be a good vehicle, although the name is kind of tricky. But it could work. But historically, the only way third parties could ever work in the U.S. would be to replace one of the top two, and that's happened a few times. The Whigs replaced the Federalists, the Republicans replaced the Whigs. The Democrats replaced the Democratic Republicans. We've never actually had viable three parties in any race. It doesn't work. The closest we ever came was in 1912 with the Progressive Party, and that collapsed as a coalition in the same way that like Nader's Green Coalition collapsed. After the 2001, it didn't build into a significant movement. It didn't keep growing. It just went poof. So it was largely driven by Teddy Roosevelt's, enduring popularity from his time in office. So, because he came basically second in that election, but that would have been a way to actually have replaced a party, but it didn't happen because the coalition fell apart. We were like an inch away from like maybe replacing the Republicans with the Progressives, but it didn't happen. But that's historically been the only way. The way to change that fact, and honestly, that only happened in 1912 because Roosevelt had already been president, so people knew him. So he was able to raise money in a way that third parties never really can. But but ranked choice voting is kind of a workaround. It evades the worst problems in our system. So focus on that. Get your state reps to support it. If in states that have ballot initiatives, use a ballot initiative, whatever you have to, get that passed in all the different states. And then we can start working on building a viable replacement party. But right now, they really can't win. They're protest votes. And I'm fine with the protest votes. I've been doing them since 92. You know, no one I've ever voted for has ever been elected. But that's realistically all they are. Don't ever think that they're going to win, at least at higher levels, you know? I mean, honestly, if we had some Greens working for, like, running for, you know, county supervisor, I'd work my ass off to try and get them elected.
Well, and I voted for still. I haven't had anything yet. I voted for Jill Stein
Making
in the past.
Yeah, in your mind.
I voted for her in the past, but I feel like what you're saying is really important because there's several different pieces that have to be in place first. And like someone like Cornel West, like if I had ranked choice voting, like he's number one. For many different reasons. I also want to move to Rebellious and Meg because there are such like smarter brains on this panel than me. But yeah, appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Rebellious.
You are all brilliant. Stop that. You do that, Bird does that. People are always like, oh, I'm not smart. Like, come on, you guys are all brilliant. That's why I like hanging out with you.
Everyone here is super smart, like it's disgusting. Rebellious, do you care if I make a quick point following up on what they were just talking about?
No, go ahead. I'm trying to figure out how to turn my video on. I don't know if I can do that.
You don't have 1,000 followers.
Huh?
You have to have 1,000 followers. I think you do, though. It's stupid.
I do, yeah. I was going to take over for you while you put the birds to bed, but...
Oh, bless your heart. Thank you. I'll make this point and then I'll put them to bed because he's, like, going to amputate some fingers.
Okay.
For real. Did you dislocate my knuckles? Yes, you did. Abba, look. Be socialized. Okay, so talking about presidential elections and stuff, what I keep coming back to is that presidents are largely not part of an anarchist political program, and there are some political tendencies like adjacent to anarchism, or some anarchists do get active at the state and local level, and that's cool. But just having a president is antithetical to like anarchism. Like it's super hierarchical. It's ridiculous. So it's election years can be really hard with the pressure to like convince everyone to vote for the right person, and this is the most important election of our lifetimes every single time and whatever. And for me, it's so much better for my freaking mental health to just remember that this isn't even part of a political program that I believe in, that I genuinely think works. So I can focus on other stuff and it's okay. And I don't have to like be subject to the fear mongering and whatever. What? Don't. He's so riled up. He is so stoked. You gonna dance? Ooga chaga, ooga, ooga, ooga chaga, ooga, ooga. I can't stop this feeling.
When he gets that bouncing, it reminds me so much of my tortoises, but not in a great way, because for him it's really cute. When a tortoise is doing this, that tortoise wants to rumble. It's like, let's go. Like they're about to attack.
Tortoises fight you?
They fight each other, but sometimes they'll come at you kind of like if they're in a snit or something, they'll come at you like, hey, come on, let's go. And they're bobbing their head at you. But it's mostly like competitive. I mean, my grandfather had a dozen tortoises when I was a kid. And by the time I had a good house in the desert, there were 3 left. So I was their caretaker there.
Oh, yeah.
Now, actually, there's one still alive, but it's the one that we gave to my friend Dan. So Dan has the last surviving of my grandfather's tortoises, which is kind of cool. But I always had multiple tortoises either at his house or at mine. And when they get mad at each other, they start approaching each other. Their heads are bobbing up and down really fast, just like Appa was. Like,
he was dancing.
Yeah, he's dancing. His is totally non-threatening. but the shape of his head, I'm immediately thinking of like Suleiman approaching me, like, let's go.
You dancing? He just likes the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack a lot. Okay. I'm gonna put him to bed.
Yeah, yeah. There's a number of reptiles that do the same thing. Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't even looking at the chat. There's a whole chat right here. Wow. Rebellious. Did you figure out your camera, or does it not go on?
I can't. I don't see any button anywhere.
Have enough followers, Rebellious. We might, so 19 people right now. Please follow Rebellious because he's amazing and we love him and he needs to be on camera. So
he has over 1,000. He has over 1,000 followers. He should He should be able to go live on his own. Rebellious, when you click your own name, so if you click your own name, and then there should be a little button on the left side that's camera shaped. Click that and then click save. Yakasha.
Yay!
That was a shock, right?
Bird says Oppo. You see your name? Look. He's like closing his eyes because I'm saying look.
I have fans on, so my hair is going to be all over the place. But anyway.
Hey, you and me both. All right, I'm going to put Oppo to bed. What are you doing? You want to snuggle? This is what he does when he wants to snuggle.
Good night, Comrade Oppo.
Okay.
Oppo.
All right, BRB. Say good night, Liam.
So, I wanted to go back to the history pre-Buddhism, because my understanding is that there weren't really like names of religions or anything before Buddhism, that there were just different schools that were based like on a particular person who taught from a particular text. And so those schools were sort of named after either the book or the person. And then the word Hinduism sprang up after the Buddha started teaching at some point to differentiate, those teachings from what he started teaching, even though, what the Buddhist histories say is that he studied with all these, different great masters and mastered what they were doing and teaching, and then, took it a step further and attained, nirvana. But I was just wondering, because you mentioned Brahmin or something. I don't know if that's a caste name or religion.
It has several uses. I mean, Brahman are kind of like the this one god kind of idea, like a central figure there, or Brahman in the sense of like the top caste, the priest caste, what used to be the second caste but became the first caste. Or Brahmanism, as what scholars refer to as the pre-Buddhist version of Hinduism. But it's not an endonym. It's not what they would have called it. Realistically, both today and in antiquity, there's no such thing really as Hinduism as a religion. It's not a religion at all. It's a whole bunch of them that all have some certain things in common because of a common shared cultural framework. So, drawing on the Rig Veda, drawing on a few major gods, Vishnu, Shiva, things like that. There's a few things, but they're all distinctly different. There's different approaches. In some areas, you focus on some gods, and others are completely unknown. In other places, there are forms of Hinduism that are straight up monotheistic, and there are ones that are like wildly polytheistic. I mean, it's extraordinarily variable. So it's really kind of a misnomer the way we often use the word in English. It's like a point I make frequently about Judaism, because it's true of all ancient religions. Judaism, strictly speaking, isn't a religion, same as Hinduism isn't. It's a collection of different ideas descended from the past that have certain things in common. There's a kind of like legal moral framework that's the core of Judaism, but it's more of a distinct local ethno-religion that just became globalized through people spreading around. But all ancient religions were like that. They were you couldn't convert to the ancient Egyptian religion. It was part of the local culture. You just grew up with it. So there was no name for it. It wasn't a thing. You couldn't go buy the book like about the Kemetic faith. We'll call it that today, but they didn't know that. It was just their local religion in their locality. And all of South Asia was like that. So you had dozens of wildly different faiths, but they all had some things in common, certain perspectives that inform them, that we can later group them together collectively as, earlier on, Brahmanism, because they had the caste system and the Rig Veda in common, or later as Hinduism, because it had those two things and then adds moksha and the Upanishads to it, like a lot of the later philosophical aspects. But still today, again, right now, Hinduism isn't a single faith. It's like what you were describing in the ancient world about there's tons of distinct teachers with distinct approaches, and that's what you would follow. But we just collectively lump them together.
Okay. And you also mentioned Jainism, which I'm familiar with the term, but don't really know much more than that. So is that just like another sort of, like you were just speaking about, local religious practice or cultural practice, or?
The short is that the Mahavira is a figure in some ways like the Buddha. In both cases, they're best known by a title, not their actual name. And the Mahavira, like the Buddha, also came out of the Kshatriya caste, but he had a moment of enlightenment, where he then decided to go around preaching something. And for him, the core of it is a value that later spread in various ways to the Buddhists and Hindus, ahimsa, radical nonviolence. Because the cosmology behind Jainism is interesting. It builds on what we call animism, which is a whole class of faiths from the ancient world where you think that things all have souls, like that there's a life force to them all. For the Jains, all life is sacred, though. So you should avoid killing anything at all. There were literally people who converted and became sincere Jains and then basically unalived themselves by starving to death because they refused to harm anything. So they had to develop a kind of hierarchy. Jains are all very strict vegetarians. And when they consume any kind of agricultural products, so they're eating rice or whatever, they're going to say prayers first to thank the rice for its sacrifice because something had to die for them to be sustained. But they do accept a certain hierarchy that, okay, my life matters a little bit more than a grain of rice or whatever. But they all have souls. They're all important, and their sacrifices need to be honored, and certain things you cannot touch. So they won't touch reptiles, mammals, even insects. There are a lot of Jains that wear masks, like COVID masks, because they're afraid of sucking in microbes or bugs. There are a lot of Jains that use a broom as they're walking around to sweep like little roly-polies and ants out of the way so they don't step on them. Not every Jain is that extreme on it, but they're all very, very clear about never intentionally harming things. So a Jain fly swatter is a non sequitur. They wouldn't do it. So that lifestyle is very difficult. What made it take off as a faith was it didn't have the fatalism of Brahmanism. It gave you a way of, if you adopt this hard lifestyle, you can break the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, right? And you can achieve a kind of union with the universe. This is something that the Buddhists later draw on too. They both reject the caste system, and they both offer a path to redemption. In many ways, Buddhism is kind of building on what the Jains kind of like pioneered as a major reform movement, but Buddhism became much larger as a faith. It became a much more significant movement, and a lot of Indians were converting to it in large numbers. So that's what pushed the development of Hinduism as what we call Hinduism again, like the development of in the Upanishads of like the concept of moksha and adding redemption, making it easier for people to like stomach being in it. But Jainism actually became a really significant faith. If you look back at late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, significant parts of especially the western part of South Asia were all ruled by Jains with significant Jain populations. Today they're a very small minority, but there's still millions of them. I think it ranks as like, I don't know, the 8th or 9th largest religion. It's not huge, but it's not tiny either. But it was growing rapidly, largely because Brahmanism was a real bummer for people.
Well, and if I might add just to that, Liam, if it's okay, Rebellious, is that like in some of those faiths, especially when it comes to like Jesus being an avatar of Vishnu, right? It becomes like a very like polytheistic and very inclusive, like, oh, well, I'll accept your faith because your faith is just an avatar of my faith. So it becomes a very inclusive. And I would say that what I learned a lot through my MDiv was really about the difference between inclusive and being pluralistic, right? Which is like really including diversity. Like most people are, this is me now speaking, but I feel like a lot of people are truly afraid of true diversity and diversity of thought, diversity of what we talk so much, Doc, about like the in group and the out group. And having a pluralistic environment where it's not like there's one point where it's like, okay, Jesus is accepted because he's an avatar of the religion that I practice, and another where it's truly respecting the autonomy of the other and the other religion, and having that diversity of thought and that diversity and that pluralistic mindset. So that's just why I wanted to kind of include in this. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, one thing on there, that whole idea of sucking in the outside influences, linking yourself to other religions, that kind of like syncretic aspect of it. That actually is a significant trend in late antiquity, kind of paralleling the rise of a lot of the monotheistic faiths, but because a lot of those faiths were pretty exclusivist, like this is the one truth and everyone else can get fucked. There was a way of trying to build up several monotheistic faiths, and there are several trends like this building up in different parts of the ancient world, across the Mediterranean and all the way to South Asia, that tried to take on some of the what they thought were the best elements of the monotheistic ideal, but with the inherent tolerance of antique paganism, because pagans they're not religious bigots. It doesn't make sense, because every culture, every religion has their own distinct faith, traditions, history, myths, whatever, and nobody cares. Those are theirs. So no one's going around saying like, dude, you don't worship Zeus? You're a heretic. I gotta like unalive you or something. It wasn't a thing. Like, oh, you worship Jupiter instead? Well, Jupiter is kind of like Zeus. Let's share some stories and like, exchange ideas. There were a lot of people who wanted to preserve that, but still along this trend toward monotheism. We'll get, if we get to talking about like other ancient religions, I've always been fascinated by the story of the Manichaeans for that reason, because the Manichaeans were the first significant faith to go around saying everyone's religious book is true and they're all our religious books. So bring anything you have to us, bring your religious book, and we'll say it's also ours and it's also true. They like bolted everything together, trying to create a truly universalistic religion by squishing it all together as like it's all pointing toward a single universal truth. That ends up becoming a significant threat to people, because a lot of states in that period were beginning to create official religions that were more exclusionary. So they pissed off the Chinese, they pissed off the Iranians, they pissed off the Mediterranean Christians, the Romans. Every major state started persecuting the Manichaeans, because the Manichaeans were like, dude, like your Roman Christianity and your Iranian Zoroastrianism and your Chinese Taoism and your South Asian Buddhism, bro, they're all true. They're all true. All their books are our books. It's all one religion. And that scared the bejesus out of people. So I think that kind of like goes along well with what Erica was saying there about a difference between, respect for different religions. Like we can tolerate everyone's different religion and not discriminate, versus actually linking them, which a lot of because South Asia retains a lot of elements of a more antique way of doing religion. Again, this is why polytheism is so common there, and there's so much diversity and so many different philosophical schools. you don't have a sense of universal truth. No one's going around saying this is the one way to do it and everyone else is wrong. You know, there's still it's still inherently diverse, and you can blend anything into it. So you can absolutely say, oh yeah, no, Jesus is totally another avatar of Vishnu, just like Krishna is an avatar of Vishnu, and it's all one thing, and let's squish it together. They still have some of that basic impulse, where most of the world kind of lost that. I think the loss of that attitude, and in some ways the loss of like the Manichaean impulse and whatnot, is been kind of a shame.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Liam and Erica. I appreciate all that. I would love to stay on the rest of the night, but I got to work tomorrow. So I have an early wake up call. And Anna, I see you're. So you're just holding up. Okay.
Emily, I'm borrowing Anna's account.
See, that's how tired I am. I saw Anna, and that just came out of my mouth. I do want to say real quick that in addition to, I see Buddhism as my foundational spiritual practice, but I'm also involved in certain indigenous practices. So I just wanted to throw out real quick the reminder that I'm sure everyone knows that things like animism ultimately aren't belief systems. You know, it's not the belief necessarily. I mean, it starts out as a belief when you're learning or whatever, but once you start to engage in the rituals and the ceremonies, as long as they're coming from authentic ancient ancestral sources, you at some point you begin to make connection with those other sentient beings that are around us all the time. And I know that that's sort of like in the background that everybody kind of knows, but most of us don't actually get to experience. And you know, my experience as a recovering Catholic is that it's, you know, a pure belief system, and you know, they don't, I shouldn't say quantified, but most of the ones that I know of, like in my family, they don't read the Bible, they don't practice anything, you know, yeah, it takes on a different, once you start having those experiences, it takes on a different, the world around you takes on a totally different, yeah, I don't even know the word. The word that comes to mind is taste, which is something I get from Buddhism, but that's not really it. Yeah, it's just a totally different understanding. There we go. I'll go with that.
I like that. There's a different feel to that. I would actually extend it beyond just ones with a kind of authentic ancient tradition, because I think tons of more recent faiths are just as valid as anything else. I mean, because it's what humans do. We because of our massive brains, we operate through creating useful fictions. We create ways of understanding the world. We create myths for ourselves. So who's to say, like, the Wiccans or the different neo-pagan faiths that are out there, and there's tons of them, you know, Asatru, Tengri, you know, Swomanusko, you know, the Hellenism revival. There's tons of these. Like, who's to say that's problematic? Or like somebody mentioned the Baha'is. The Baha'i only goes back to the 19th century, right? The LDS Church only goes back to the 19th century. You know, I don't know, the Church of Satan kind of stuff, you know, like, like all that stuff. Like, who's to say, like, that's not a valid spiritual practice? It is whatever works for the people and gives them a sense of meaning. I think that it's one of the things that ultimately got me reading Nietzsche way back when, was that people are always misunderstanding the whole death of God thing. Like, Christians in particular misunderstand the death of God, and they think, you know, that, oh, Nietzsche tried to kill God or some nonsense. He wanted God to be bad. And yeah, he was an atheist in many ways, but he understood the value of myth. He studied myth for a living as a philologist. And he had a great deal of respect for people who were trying to come up with alternatives. The trick for him was that to combat nihilism, creeping nihilism in the world, and he viewed a lot of that despair and, you know, loss of hope, loss of a sense of real faith in things, to the scientific revolution. We now know, okay, so the Bible can't be literally true. Never mind that Ken Ham is an idiot or whatever. But we know that this stuff can't physically have happened. So, given that, we need a myth, a new set of myth that's actually works with science, that doesn't contradict it, right? And myth making is something humans have just always done. We've always come up with new myths. So what he's trying to say is, don't just look for the authentic ancient traditions. We need to be coming up with a new philosophy, a new kind of myth, because most people don't want some airy abstract philosophy. They want a simple system, a simple set of beliefs that helps to guide their lives, gives them certain basic practices that give a sense of meaning, that helps them to honor birth and death and everything in between. They just want that, right? So we need to come up, as humans, we need something that works well with science, that isn't inherently at odds with it, because as long as it is, people are always going to have those questions and they're going to drift away from it. And this is why you have like recovering Catholics and ex-Muslims and tons of other things. People are like, yeah, I can't do this flying horse thing anymore. I've got to like, I can't deal with that. And a lot of people have come up with different reforms. So you can see this in a lot of the, Emily likes a lot of the Christian anarchist type traditions, or like the liberation theology type stuff. A lot of this is, it's an attempt to take the bad out of it, but keep the things that they like, keep the good. In essence, that's making something new. That's a new kind of Christianity. You're building something entirely different, but keeping a common name. I think all of these projects are somehow interesting in that way. And I think that it is something that humans have to think about, because like you're talking about, we do have that drive. You draw a lot out of Buddhism. You draw a lot of indigenous spiritualities. This is great. We all need those kind of meanings, right? And I don't think that we should be, attacking other people's spiritual odysseys, I suppose. I think the only problem where I get angry about religions is when they think that theirs is the only way and they start attacking people. As long as you got live and let live, I really don't care. Like, you can believe whatever you want.
I don't know, Liam. I've getting a master's in religion. I've kind of gone a little radical, where I feel like a lot of institutional religion just causes unnecessary harm.
We don't disagree there at all. I've personal beliefs.
Oh, I know. I mean, your family, your family, Liam. But I just think that, like, personally, and anybody in this life, like, don't think that you need to get a master's degree in religion to realize that you're really against religion. Like, you don't need to spend the $100K student loans to do that. But I really feel like a lot of institutional religion at this point just causes unnecessary harm. And especially when we're at this point in our world where we have Christian nationalism as one of the biggest threats to global safety. I think that it's something to really look at. So anyway, just feel my thought.
Nietzsche would completely agree with you on that. That's one of the reasons I raised him, because a lot of faith ideas are inherently toxic, and they are in need of serious revision at the least, right? That's at the least. Some things have to go, like the deeply patriarchal aspects of the Abrahamic faith, for example, the misogynistic elements of it, a lot of the hierarchical elements of that you have in any kind of established churches, and frankly, some theological and cosmological ideas are batshit fucking crazy, right? And again, it's where you're like, okay, if it's really conflicting with the sciences, then maybe we should revisit those ideas. Maybe we should do something new. I just, on a personal level, I don't like to judge individuals, because I have that whole, like, you attract more flies with honey than vinegar kind of ideal. I want to attack the institutions. So Catholic Church can go fuck itself. The LDS Church in Salt Lake can go fuck itself. Like, I have no respect for the institutional structures of the faith, but individuals all have to go through their own particular spiritual odyssey. And if you're coming out of that tradition, then you can help them to find a way to make it better for them without, just shitting all over them, I guess, is my approach. But But again, tons of really toxic ideas have to be revised or discarded, and the institutional nature of every religion bothers me. They're inherently they're power dynamics, and again, coming as an anarchist, I have problems with that. I don't want priests. Priests are as bad as kings.
I agree. I mean, I wouldn't want to. I didn't mean to give the sense that I was trying to be exclusionary. Just that I just also wanted to highlight the different understanding that comes with actually experiencing sentient life, around us that our culture says doesn't exist. And there's an interesting example of that from Buddhism. Someone once asked the Buddha, "How do we know you've attained this state of nirvana? We have no way of testing your experience or, feeling exactly what you've experienced." And he said, he was asked, "Who is your witness to this?" And he said, "The earth is my witness." And he touched the earth, and there was an earthquake. The sentient being of the earth responded to him in that way. So I got to go before my brain gets any other fried. So Anna/Emily, you guys all have a great night.
Bye. Thank you for helping.
Peace out, brother.
Good thoughts. I'm
gonna go get some water.
Cool.
Yeah. While Rebellious goes and Liam gets some water, I love that point. I mean, I think that's such a really common iconography from the Buddha, is the Buddha reaching down, usually with his right hand, and touching the earth and saying, "The earth is my witness," right? And so I think that is such powerful iconography, and also a Kevin said something really, really powerful in the comments, which is patriarchy and capitalism, essentially are the problem. And within Buddhism, let's be really honest that within the last few years, women were not able to be full nuns. They were only allowed to be novices. And within Buddhism, it was said that if you were a woman, that you could not attain enlightenment. It was only men that could attain enlightenment. So if you were a woman, you might as well just reincarnate as a man and then attain enlightenment. And then there's this really, really funny sutra that comes out. I believe it's in the 8th century. Liam is so much better with the dates than I am, y'all. But it's the Sutra of Vimalakirti. And there is this goddess that then she starts playing on this idea of gender and women and men and who can't attain enlightenment. And so then she makes the man a woman, and there is this really interesting play within that about how everything is empty, right? The self is empty, that gender is empty. And it really blows through this idea that men and women would be unequally, able to attain enlightenment, whereas the institutionalized, structure of Buddhism, women were not allowed to take full nun, correct me with some of the wording, but they were only allowed to be novices up until just very, very, very recently, y'all. Within the last 5 to 7 years. I need to Google of when that was allowed. But
you just reminded me of a really, really funny line from the Gospel of Thomas that says that in order to enter the kingdom of heaven, you have to become male.
Yes. Right?
I think you were talking about ordination.
What's that about?
Ordination. Erica, I think you were talking about full ordination as a nun.
Correct. Yes, that is what I'm talking about. And I'm so sorry. I don't know when Meg dropped down. So I'm so sorry if I took over. But yes, I was talking about ordination of men versus women, and that women within, especially within Buddhist, current living Buddhist traditions, women were not able to take on full monastery vows until the very recent years. And when I say recent years, I mean like one or two hands. That up until then, the women nunnery lineage had died, and essentially there was not a way to renew the Buddhist women lineage without a current living nun or a current living teacher within that tradition. And so it died out. And up until there were several times that His Holiness the Dalai Lama was asked this question, and he was presented and he said that if a valid method came to him that he could renew and allow women to take on full monastery vows, that he would allow that. And he did so. So I can go on mute and report when he did that. But it was relatively recently that women were allowed to take on full monastic vows, the same as men have been able to do for thousands of years.
Yeah, I want to say that there were some Tibetan nuns that went to another country where that lineage had survived. And so they took those vows through that other country, in that other, I don't want to, maybe sect or school of Buddhism.
Lineage, correct.
Yeah, lineage, and then brought it into Tibetan Buddhism. But I was pretty sure that, I can't remember her name, Padmasambhava's consort, the Dakini, I can't remember her name, but I was pretty sure that she at least was thought to have attained nirvana. I can't remember her name, but I'll have to look it up. My brain's fading, so night everybody, night. See you.
Good night. Sorry, Hessa, the way that you talked, I'm partially disagree about that, because I'm not sure about which Buddhism practice that you're actually going for. But basically for Nam, right, female Nam, it has been around for thousands of years. And if you look at the history where it prospect, especially in China, in the Tang Dynasty, there are a lot of female practice Nam in there. And although that is not very prospect, that most of them they actually separate as a male monk, but there are still female practice, but not so popular or not so being known by a lot of people.
Eslo, I just want to say I am not an expert at Chinese or Chang at all. My master's is really heavy in Tibetan Buddhism. So when I'm speaking, my bias, I don't believe that we can be unbiased in anything that we speak about. I think that we can only name our bias. And so my bias is going to be heavily leaning on Tibetan Buddhism. And I would say that what you say is likely true within Chang and Chinese Buddhism. And I would be interested to hear what Doc Liam has to say on that. But yeah, I that's what I have to say.
That's why I say that I need to know which Buddhism practice that you are in, because in different area, right? For example, in the Chinese version or even in Thai Buddhism, the way they practice Buddhism is a bit different, and the acceptance within that country is also different. For what I understand that at times, I will say in Thailand when they practice Buddhism, they do accept female nun in their so-called temple.
Oh, absolutely. And then we're getting into more nuance, which the internet is like the worst place for nuance upon nuance upon nuance. But like we're getting into now Thai Buddhism, which I lived in Thailand, and which is a very different form of Buddhism than what I would say that I have studied within my master's degree. So I don't really have very much to argue with you about. I would be interested to hear what Doc Liam has to say, but I think Chan Buddhism, Chinese Buddhism, and then Thai Buddhism, of which you're talking about, and the different ordination statuses. I was particularly talking about Tibetan Buddhism and women and their ordination status, which has recently changed with His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So that was the particular niche that I was speaking about, and all of the different facets that you were talking about, including Chan, Chinese, Thai. I don't really have very much to argue about that because we're getting into nuance upon nuance up on the internet, and I would love to get into that. I just don't know that the internet is the best place to get into that conversation, but I would be interested to hear what Doc has to say.
Yeah, one simple thing here is it's the same thing I was talking about earlier with all of the truly antique religions, like really old. Like, so basically before the 1st century, you're going to have an incredible amount of diversity. And this is true especially of not only the older ones in general, but also any further east, because, aside from like Zoroastrianism, you really don't have the sense of a single truth that has to be imposed everywhere. There isn't a single Buddhism. Buddhism isn't a thing. There are Buddhisms. There's a tremendous amount of diversity. And it's not just where we, in the contemporary, we tend to use these like broad national border type ones. So we talk about Chinese Buddhism or Japanese Buddhism or Thai Buddhism. Even there's diversity there. I mean, there's like 6 major schools of Japanese Buddhism, and they agree on almost nothing. I mean, there's a ton of diversity in any of these given areas because people have taken the core Buddhist idea and have run off in different directions, and they have very, very different histories. In the contemporary world, there's more mixing and merging and sharing ideas and being influenced because, hey, that's just a feature of globalization that's affecting all religions. But Buddhism isn't a single thing any more than Hinduism is. It's just not. And even among like the major monotheistic faiths, you can still see elements of that. Most Christians agree on some core features, but there's tremendous variation among Christian denominations in terms of what they believe and how they practice things. And the same is true with Islam. In many ways, there's no such thing as Islam. There are Islams. And everyone wants to think that their version is the superior one. We have the authentic, original, perfect Islam, and everyone else is wrong. And that's just a reflection of one of the core problems with those monotheistic faiths, this sense of one universal truth. But they don't agree with each other. And that causes a tremendous amount of conflict, because when you think there's only one truth, but a lot of people who share your faith disagree with you massively, it's a problem that a lot of people prefer to sweep under the rug. But it's just a reflection of the way humans work. So if even Islam can be massively diverse, and again, the practice between Malaysia and Morocco is just night and day different. I mean, there are huge differences in what it means to be Muslim in different areas. It's even more true for Buddhism. So you're both right. It's very easy to make a basic comment. Yeah, people are going to have different approaches to things. Different areas will have different approaches. Different schools, different philosophies will have different approaches to things. There's no one true essence or history of Buddhism.
Well, and if I might say, Liam, this is just like sparking a thing for me. And if I might say as slow, that I was in a live earlier today that was so fascinating to me because it was a philosophical debate and it was essentially talking about a mind-only school, which I know as Yogacara school, right? That everything in existence is because of the mind, because of the consciousness. And this was a particular particularly anti-racial live that was really talking about racial consciousness. And I was not quite brave enough because there was a lot of people there, but it was really talking about this mind only, or this Yogacara school of, mind only. It only exists because of the mind. It was just really fascinating, especially applied to anti-racism and deconstruction work. I found it really fascinating.
Can I ask a small side question, Erica, because of your study in Tibetan Buddhism in particular?
Of course, Doc. I'm here. We're fam.
Did you ever end up studying Bon? Like
a little bit.
Because there are still small ways in which it has a distinct identity, and there's a ton of ways in which it influenced the development of Tibetan Buddhism and made it such a distinctive school of thought in Buddhism, is drawing on the previous, major Bon faith in the area.
Yes, one of my very close teachers had a lot of influence of Bon, and so I had that within my personal study, not necessarily within my graduate school, but within one of the teachers that I studied with. And also when I did a lot of studying when I lived and traveled in India, Nepal, and Sikkim. I still kind of laugh at myself that I did that by myself for a year as, a white Western woman. But I learned a lot, and I did a little bit of like Rinpoche chasing. I don't know how that makes me sound on the internet, but there's not very many people here. So, but I did my fair share of that, and just learned a ton.
Now, on the one, if you know of a particular scholar or book or anything like that on Bon, I'd be curious, because I've had a hard time finding sources that seem, I don't know, worthwhile or reputable, like well grounded in the history and not just someone's modern reinterpretation of it. So if you've run into anything on that from your study and people that you ran into that knew something about it, if you ever think of anything like that, send it my way, because I'm fascinated by a lot of the more obscure religions that have either struggled to survive or have passed on a significant influence into a religion that has survived.
Absolutely. Well, you put me on an adventure, and one of my very, very close friends, who I'll say this before handing it back to Oslo, is one of my very close friends is a Tibetan refugee who is just she's so incredible in so many ways, and the amount of resources, and I absolutely adore who she is in my life. So you put me on an adventure for some Bon resources. So thank you. And Eslo, you're more than welcome. Thank you for being patient.
It's okay, because I just want to share some lights with you for Tibet Buddhism, right? How it began to spread to Tibet is, if I'm not mistaken, I heard that because my family previously was a Buddhism practice. So it was actually spread from the Tang Dynasty with one of the princess who actually married into Tibet with the king. And slowly the practice of Buddhism actually get into Tibet. If I'm not mistaken, it was around 9 centuries itself. So what happened is that when the Tibet actually interacted with the locals in that area, especially the royal family, gradually some of the practice actually changed. Okay, sorry, give me a minute. I was on call. Hold on for a while.
While she's doing that, does anyone know if I can... Meg keeps texting me and it's cracking me up. Does anyone know if I can pause the live or like shut my camera off as the host without affecting the panel? Because I have to move things and charge my phone because it's gonna die.
If you on your phone switch to a different application, then you're paused and it'll show up the little coffee thing, and we can still talk for a while. But you have a limited amount of time before it'll just shut the live down.
Yeah. Sorry, I was on call earlier. Apologize.
Just switch to a different application, and TikTok goes in the background, and we can keep talking.
Does anyone know what the time limit is for that?
I believe it's like 2 minutes.
Okay, I got this. I can do it.
Wherever I hide a twist tie, this kitten finds them. I put these in so many different places, and she finds them, digs them out, and plays with them.
She's a genius. She wants to do arts and crafts.
She is wicked smart.
It might be 1 minute. If the live just goes down, you can all blame it on me because I gave the wrong time. So everyone, when she goes on pause, let's time it, and then we will have the correct answer for how long she has to go on pause.
I'm gonna wait starting... I have to plan it out. I have to plan each movement so I can do it within 1 minute.
Okay, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2.
No,
I'm kidding.
Sorry, I was actually on call earlier. Okay, so simply to say that any regions that in the world, in regardless of who, most of them, as what Professor Lan also say that people practice the core practice within the religion, but when it comes to different region of the countries, right, I would say that the religion actually interact with the culture within it, and slowly that, of course, certain practice will be actually different. For example, as what you mentioned, Islam in Saudi Arabia and in Malaysia, right, is different. So do Buddhism in different countries, in Thai, in Tibet, in China, or even in Myanmar, it will be actually different. So I believe that in Christianity is also the same. So wouldn't say that the culture, the region is actually wrong. It depends on how the people or the humans that actually practice it, whether they want really a very strict follower, or perhaps they have their own thinking or interpretation.
Just real quick, Emily, I think you can throw on the green screen, and you can superpose like a picture. You just throw up a cat or something. You know what I'm saying? Do you know how to do the green screen?
Sort of.
Oh, goodness.
Background? Is it the background button?
Yeah, do the background, girl. Go up your green screen.
No, I'm good.
All right.
Okay.
Southern cricket, speak cricket.
Southerners. Okay, back to what you guys were talking about. Sorry.
Mine is finished already. So next, anyone want to take over?
I didn't understand.
I'm so sorry. I'm just being a little bit awkward and making fun of the crickets. Meg's background. Were those crickets or cicadas? Meg.
Girl, who the hell knows? Who knows? They're all the bugs. The bugs, girl. They attracted to these lights out here. Some of them just look like they're from prehistoric times because this is the Appalachian. You know what I'm saying?
Are those frogs?
They're not frogs, girl.
Like any crickets I know.
I think, Mina, the area that you stay in, the natural resources is pretty good because, to be frank, right, if you hear a lot of crickets on the background, it means that the environment that you stay is not very polluted.
Oh, girl, there's sometimes these prehistoric bugs come blowing up. They're like from the Jurassic Park series. Yeah, I don't. Definitely no poison comes out here at all. I saw a praying mantis when I first moved in this area, and I was like, "What is that?" Because like I've never seen one that large. It was like no cap. It was like 5 inches long, and I was like, "That thing looks like it could eat me." They're big. Y'all, there's some big bugs out here.
They'll bite my head off or something, right?
Yeah, there's some big bugs out here. I feel like I could like kind of never ending story jump on a bug and fly out of here some days. I'm like, this is unhinged.
Okay, if that was a question, I didn't catch it. But I caught that you were talking about the cultural impact in different areas. And one thing that stood out that I did want to point out is that core practice isn't always the same either. There are a lot of places where the name of something is used for religion, and we call it a part of it, but they really don't have anything in common. Like, think about the Pure Land form of Buddhism in Japan that says all the actual writings of the Buddha were lost, and they just started over, and it's basically just mixing basic Buddhist practice, like some of the practice elements, with elements from Shinto. It's completely distinct. So it's not really like any other core form of Buddhism, but we still have to call it a form of Buddhism. There are a number of things like that too. So the local cultural influences can be so great that even core elements of the faith can sometimes be discarded and replaced with something else.
Liam, if I might just add in that I went to, because Pure Land Buddhism is fascinating because it is so heavily influenced by Christianity. And I went to a Pure Land Buddhist temple in Colorado. And it was so interesting because the entire service was set up like a Christian service. It even had like hymnals that instead of saying like Jesus, it said Lord Buddha. And like instead of, I mean, it was fascinating to see how heavy of a Christian influence, especially current day Pure Land Buddhism practices. So if you have a Pure Land Buddhist temple around you, go visit because it is so fascinating. Just go.
One of the things I find fascinating about that, and that makes it easier to do those kind of blendings, is that the similarities between Pure Land Buddhism and Christianity didn't come about because of Christian influence. They're parallel developments that had a lot in common. They're both faiths of redemption, where you focus on your pure belief in something, your pure faith in something. So instead of like, Jesus, it's, Amida, the Buddha of the Western paradise, but your approach to salvation comes from your pure faith in this thing, which actually has a lot in common with Protestant Christianity. But Protestantism did not even exist at the time that Pure Land was developed. But because they have like some core beliefs in common, now their basic practice can more easily blend and you can borrow from each other. So yeah, especially in the context of like a Western, Pure Land temple, it makes sense to really lean on those similarities in practice. But the fun thing about it is that the core beliefs were just completely separate parallel developments that just have a lot in common. But it does, Pure Land Buddhism has more in common with Protestant Christianity in many ways than it does with any other form of Buddhism. But it is a form of Buddhism distinctly. So
100%.
So yeah, core beliefs can change. And in a lot of places you've seen that, and sometimes we push them apart. We say that they're different, but sometimes for political or social or cultural reasons we don't. Realistically, the Alawite religion or the Druze religion aren't really Muslim anymore, but they did start as forms of Shi'i Islam. That's their roots. So they are in many ways forms of Islam, but I mean, the Druze believe in reincarnation and draw a lot of their basic cosmology out of Neoplatonic philosophy. It's very distinct from any other form of Islam, but its roots are Muslim, and a lot of people consider them to be Muslims. So it's how we classify things is oftentimes more a political choice than anything else. Christianity too, like we have to consider the LDS Church to be a form of Christianity because they call themselves Christians, right? But their cosmology is completely fucking different. I mean, their god was originally human, and anyone can become a god. I mean, it's like it's not monotheistic, and yet they consider themselves Christian, and they use the Christ figure as a core feature. So it's the LDS Church is as different from other forms of Christianity as Pure Land is from other forms of Buddhism. So local cultural developments, local histories can change even the core elements of the faiths.
So my question is, when is it like not that faith? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's again.
So if you,
it's often a political decision. Politics often play a part in this, and different factions deciding that. On an individual level, that's hard. You can either say, well, we should call it part of the faith because they consider it to be one, or you can take a very hard view on it. For me, personally, I don't think Mormons are Christians because their basic theology is wildly different. And yet in social terms, I treat them as Christians because they consider themselves to be Christians. So I acknowledge that they believe what they believe and that they think of themselves the way they think of themselves. But their cosmology is unrecognizable from any other form of Christianity. So in theological terms, it doesn't make sense to classify them that way in any academic sense. But even there, in academia, they're controversial. They're individual decisions. There's no simple answer. You're asking a very complicated question that everyone's going to give you a different answer to.
I mean, Scientology calls itself a church, right? That's going to be my answer to myself.
I mean, right?
It's a religion.
Isn't Scientology is a cult instead of church? Oh my god!
Yeah, it's the secret we all know that everyone pretends they don't. You know.
Did y'all binge the Scientology documentaries like I did to realize that like Scientology is holding so much, like billions of dollars within rentals, like within real estate that's just completely empty? They have like all of these huge, I'm getting so off track, but like y'all, like it's a scheme. It's a scheme.
But may I ask, what's the basic core element for scientific knowledges? It's just to believe it's science.
Oh, no, I got this one, girl. Okay, so what they do is they stick 2 rods into your hands, right? And you have a person across from you, and then you pay like millions of dollars to get. They give you a coloring book, right? And then you pay millions of dollars to get to the next level. And no one ever reaches their version of nirvana. You just go broke. Boop. That's Scientology.
Isn't this look like a M2M cow?
Xenu the Destroyer, who like dropped a bunch of nukes down a volcano and destroyed a bunch of people, and now there are these disembodied spirits that fly into us and become our body thetans, and we're all possessed by these spirits of dead things that Xenu destroyed billions of years ago or whatever, which is completely nonsensical because like his timescales are off for the existence of the fucking universe itself. But whatever. This is clearly like a third-rate science fiction writer inventing a religion. But we're now all possessed by thetans, and we need to, our e-meters will detect how many thetans are in us, and then we can go through like different auditing procedures, they call them, and you can slowly like get rid of these things or whatever, and purify yourself. But you move through different levels, and it's like it's a money-making scheme because you have to keep paying them to get rid of more and more of the shit. And of course, there's always going to be something in there because I got to milk you for something. It's super gross.
This sounds like some B2B business model for me. Like you pay to get to the next level, then you ask someone to join the religion so that you can actually move to the next level.
Yeah.
I will say it sounds crazy until you're in it. when you're in a cult, you don't realize that you're in a cult. And I think that like that's really important to remember as someone who has a long CV of being in cults. And I've like willingly joined cults and was like, well, this is a fun one, so I'm going to join. But I think it's really important to note that like when you're in a high control religion or you're in a cult, you don't realize that you're in one, and there's no talking anyone out of that. So I just wanted to like include that like little bit of a low note.
Well, Bird described hers right here already in the chat, and we all have to join that now. So I mean, join our cult, Erica. We're all in the cult of Bird now. So
I missed it. Birds, aliens, and women. Just merge with my cult. I mean, I don't have a cult. But what I was going to say, Erica, is that it's also really easy to accidentally start a cult. I hear. Yeah, I have stories.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I didn't start that.
Suddenly, I'm now suspicious of all of you.
It's like all this so-called the Scientology. I feel that it's like something to do. It's very similar to one of the perhaps I'm not sure whether you heard before. Is Falun Gong.
Oh.
I think in America, this so-called cult is very big also. A lot of I heard that there's a lot of Westerners joining because they want to practice some sort of like qi gong kind of culture, which they suck a lot of millions and billions of dollars from their so-called members.
I think that the Falun Gong does well a bit in the whole Chinese diaspora with a lot of people who are sort of like pissed off at China itself and are kind of attracted to that. I mean, they've got that what do they call that? Is it Shenyun? There's the whole like China before communism thing, and they go around and they dance and blah blah blah, put on a little show, and that gets people interested, and then and they run a newspaper too. I mean, there's a bunch of places like that where they find ways to subtly influence people. But it does operate in a kind of cultic fashion, you know. Like having its own newspaper is a thing.
What's the newspaper called?
That's the Epic Times.
My father loves that.
Yeah, and then there's been a number of things like the Church of Christ Scientists started the Christian Science Monitor.
Mm-hmm.
But it actually became a decent newspaper, but it is tied originally to a cult, so.
So many things are tied to a cult, like so many things.
Go figure.
Yeah. Like the entire country.
Yep.
You gotta understand the starting point of that cult, because basically in old days, right? I think it's about 1980s. They start to have this so-called this particular Falun Gong. So people, at the point of times are very poor in China, and they believe that they just ask people to, please join my practice, because it helps to, you learn how to practice what we call qi, which is one of like something like a physical exercise. A lot of people actually pour in a lot of money into it, and there was one situation is that they actually organized people to the main city in Beijing and start to burn himself to go against the government in there. That's why the China government actually kicked them out. And it start to be spreading this practice in Taiwan, in Asia, or even in America, some places. I think right now the main so-called their main HQ is not located in Asia, but in US. And if you see that their so-called business model, right, there are a lot of interactive with a lot of we call it NGO, And if you look carefully, right, there are quite numbers of famous YouTubers. There's also the member of that cult.
That's interesting. I did not know it was. I honestly had no idea it was spreading among like just whatever Westerners, much less YouTubers. So that's interesting. I had no idea. I mean, I know that they gained a higher profile because they've been spending money and doing all these like big shows. Like there's near one of the places I teach, they have a constant billboard. It's never down. It's always like China before communism. Come and see our show, and it like kind of sucks people in that way. But I really didn't know that they were passing on the spiritual practices to people, that was spreading that way. So that's interesting.
And if you take notice, right, actually, in Trump, at the point in time when he was in the admin, he actually quite supportive with this practice, this group of organization. I would say that. That's why in later part in Joe Biden actually get into place. I believe that in 2022 there was a lawsuit goes against them. I was a bit strange that why suddenly everyone is silent. Can anyone
I
hear?
was reading the chat.
Well, I'm winding down, girl. My brain is going very slow. I don't know if it was the crickets chirping or what's happening, but now I'm gonna bid everyone adieu. And now, good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
I'm East Coast time over here, so it's getting late for us old people. All right.
Meg, yeah, I'm getting my daughter down, so I'm here and I'm listening, and it is 9:45 at night, and she is still awake. But I have this thing on Friday and Saturday nights where she can stay up as late as she wants if she's reading. So, but I've had to re-question that several times.
Mother's rule, I would have never slept. I would have been awake my entire childhood and been barking mad.
Well, she's really, really, really into the dork diaries right now. The dork diaries are all the rage of the 9-year-olds, if you're so interested. So, anyway, I'm here and I'm on mute, and I appreciate y'all. And good night, Meg.
Good night, and that's so adorable. But I mean, at least that's going to promote, reading and insomnia at the same time. She's already on track to be like probably all of us. That's sweet, though. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Get off the screen. I told you.
Never mind.
I told you.
I will never
Oh my
tell
goodness. My daughter is really mad at me right now, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna go on mute.
Professor Lam, I got some questions that is probably more towards the politics one. It's like, for the past 1-2 weeks, the Middle East issue was actually escalating up, especially the Golden Heights has been bombed. Then after that, now Israel is going flare up to Lebanon and Syria. What's your thinking about that?
I think probably for me too open-ended a question. If you ask a question like that, I might just start talking and not stop for an hour. So I'm not sure what you mean by what is my thinking on that. Like what specifically are you wondering about in it?
It's like basically, after this incident, especially yesterday when Iraq said that he will be actually joining the war because quite a lot of high position executive has been unalive. I feel that the Middle East situation is getting a bit.
Who's joining a war? What was the
Iraq. Yeah.
Iraq did not join a war.
They have mentioned that they will be actually sort of like doing a re-attack, especially like Israel actually unalive one of the big H executive level in Iraq land. So this is what I heard.
Yeah, there's nothing on Iraq doing anything like this. There are some of the militant groups in Iraq are cooperating more with the Northern H group and want to support them, but those are non-government militias, not the state itself. I mean, the state absolutely could not get involved in something like this. I mean, for crying out loud, there are still U.S. troops on the ground in Iraq, and and a carrier air group right off their coast. There's no way in hell they would actually get involved.
And one thing is that I was a bit puzzling because we do take note that on this raid, Israel actually hit one of the negotiator from the small H, which is one of the negotiators. So what is the talk of a ceasefire doesn't implement if one of the negotiator has been unalive.
I mean,
so it's like
the Israelis don't want a ceasefire. They never have. They were being bullied into supporting one, but they don't want one. And the current administration there knows that a ceasefire is not really in their interests. But if they can instead manage to gain a larger conflict to the north, then it won't matter as much. And they may simply just stop what they're doing in the Gaza Strip on their own. But an actual ceasefire that involves any kind of negotiation with the Southern H group is not something they have any interest in doing. They never did. I mean, a lot of the support on the right for this conflict inside Israel is predicated on a lot of the apocalyptic language that Netanyahu's been using about completely destroying H group, which is straight up impossible, but people are, dumb enough to believe that. I mean, it can't happen. I mean, you can whack as many people as you want and they're just going to spring back up. Even if an individual organization were completely wiped out, they'd just start over again with a new name. I mean, it's not like there aren't already tons of other Palestinian groups, and everyone just seems to conveniently forget that there were 5 different militant groups, that participated in the attack on the 7th, not just one. So it really doesn't matter if an individual leaders. It's all there. People are going to resist occupation until there are no people left. It's just not going to stop. I mean, you have to really wipe out a population. You want to see okay, so why did resistance among Native Americans die out? I mean, overwhelming force. I mean, constantly deploying the army, decade after decade after decade, carrying out atrocities. It took a long time. They fought for 400 years. And as late as the later 20th century, there were still people staging minor revolts in different places. There were still, uprisings. There still is a spirit of resistance that has never entirely disappeared. And you can see that in as recently as the Standing Rock protests. There are ways of people getting together and still demanding basic justice and not wanting to give up completely. So in military terms, no, they're not fighting anymore, but it took more than 4 centuries to stop that. So it really doesn't matter how many of these people, how many leaders they unalive, how many militants they unalive, the spirit of resistance for Palestinians would survive for centuries.
Aho or amen or something. Free Palestine? Something there.
Something, something, something. Watermelon, free Palestine. Water. Whatever.
Being an influencer has changed you, Liam. Next time you're gonna have cat ears and all like a bunch of e-girl stuff.
You just imagine, like, for example, we know that watermelon is represent the Palestine. So, like, in the future, if I say, hey, I want to eat some watermelon, those people get triggered or annoyed by the name. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I never know what, like, the slogans and buzzwords tend to be or what's really popular that way anyway, so. But Free Palestine is kind of a good perennial favorite, so we can all say that. But it's just never going to stop. And this is one of the I constantly just want to, like, slap people thinking like, oh, we just have to, like, crush the age group. Like, no, that doesn't work. Like, I don't understand how we get through so much modern history completely oblivious to how any of it actually works. I mean, France completely crushed the FLN militarily, absolutely annihilated them, took out all of their leaders, did all kinds of horrifying shit. But the amount of violence and torture and everything else that they used to achieve that end turned the entire civilian population against them. And it was their sustained protests that ultimately made it untenable for France to stay. But militarily, they won. That's the same thing that's happening here. I mean, militarily, none of these age groups can ever actually stand up in a sustained way. When you carry that out for long, I mean, hell, the Vietnamese fought for a long time, but they actually had a formal military in North Vietnam participating and could actually deploy tanks and jets and whatnot. It wasn't just the Viet Minh. But even there, it took more than 2 million casualties for us to wind down the operations there. So it was still damn difficult. But over time, you can never defeat any kind of sustained resistance movement. You just can't. You either have to deal with it politically somehow, throw them some carrots, start negotiating. The Turks occasionally have tried this and then back away from it. The Brits occasionally try this and back away from it. The Spanish have, try it and back away from it. You throw them certain carrots that make it a little harder for them to sustain any kind of militant action, but you don't solve the problem that way. You only solve that through real sustained negotiations. But breaking the spirit of a movement through purely military means, it's never actually worked. Again, even in the Native American case where you've got 5 centuries of conquest and colonization, the desire for land back and the desire to preserve that identity has never disappeared. They tried. I mean, look, that was the whole point of all the residential schools and whatnot, was to forcibly assimilate them, to destroy their identity, to make them white people. It didn't work. They still exist. You cannot defeat a movement this way. And right-wingers thinking that they can do that are fucking delusional.
Huzzah!
Does anyone want me to say anything smart before I have a gummy?
Ooh, that's a good idea.
A raging motherfucking migraine. I mean, freaking migraine from being out in the heat today.
I'm going to start winding down, too. I'm going to get something to start slowing my brain down.
No request for smartness?
I thought Professor Lam will actually go for his apple Caesar drinks.
Oh. Wait, what drink did you say?
Apple Caesar drinks. It's something like or ginger Caesar drink.
We talked about this. Yeah, I don't remember what it is, though. I have some gin I want to sip on, but I don't have a mixer because I apparently forgot how to do, like, alcohol stuff over the years I wasn't really drinking. I really suck at having vices.
Ginger will be very good. Do you know ginger actually is very good for female?
Good for male, female, non-binary. It's good for everybody.
Because the enzyme within it actually helps to detox the liver and also the kidney. Yeah.
Interesting. Alcohol will make it worse, Bird. You're right.
I'm eating some carne asada and this like amazing sauce that this now girlfriend like made for me. It's amazing, but I am pairing this amazing tomato sauce that she made with this carne asada, and it's very, very good because I have a very bad habit of my anxiety is so high when I'm parenting, and then she goes to sleep and then I eat, and then my anxiety goes down, she goes to sleep, my anxiety goes down, and then I eat. It's a very bad habit, but yeah.
Girlfriend.
If I harass her long enough, it'll distract her and she'll stop wanting to attack one of the other cats. But if I just stop her for a minute and put her back down, she goes right back to what she was doing. And when they're like curled up and nicely sleeping, you don't need a kitten jumping on them. She wants to play all the time.
You're like draining her energy, like I do with Oppo. Oh, I saw an Izzy flag join. I'm gonna get you. How do I find this freaking app? Is there any way to see everyone that's in the live?
Not that I've ever seen. They have a way of hiding it somehow. Now people do, so I can never see all of the people that are in.
Someone popped up and it was like so-and-so Israel flag joined the live, and I didn't hit it quick enough to boost them.
Oh
well.
Hopefully they just pass through.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm looking because that's useful information.
Ren, why do you say bring the noise? Hit the multicast. Bird, I told you this is Emily.
Is that a Public Enemy reference?
Bird, it's Emily. Emily McGuire. I mean, Emily, shit. Whatever, it's on my pamphlets.
Whoops.
Why'd you call me Anna? I cut my own hair, Bird. You're the only person that's ever complimented it. Look. I'm under Anna because I'm borrowing her account because I can't do multi-guest.
I think your bangs are wonderful.
All these little pieces are supposed to match when you pull them together, and none of them do. It was just like interpretive hair.
I cut my own hair.
I like it.
Yeah.
If you like it, it's great. No, don't need to make excuses. It's great.
No. Bird said former hairdresser. And I was like, haha, I know how to freak out a hairdresser. Show them how uneven all these parts are.
I don't know how to find this. Because it comes up, I mean, it affects the whole reporting of things, you know? If they can come in and they're able to disguise it so you can't see that they're there and they sneak in, then they can watch everything and then bring out other people and do their dirty work.
I think TikTok actually have the function to hide your status when you come to a live.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be possible to hide it from the host of one because that allows people to do really dirty shit.
Just want to protect Anna's account.
Yeah. Or any of them. Ugh.
There's a lot of really bad people out here on the internet.
Anna is in fact a person. Bird.
Wait, what? Is that a person? Wait a minute. Bird is asking if Anna is a person, but we all know birds aren't real. They're just NSA drones. So, that was a trick question from a Fed.
You're really going to piss off my birds.
There's no doubt about the actual humans.
You're going to piss off my birds, and then they're going to overheat, and I'm going to have to, like, change their batteries. Recharge them.
Birds aren't real.
Update their software again.
I thought it was hilarious that caught on. People just going and like stapling that to telephone poles. Birds aren't real. It became a thing.
That guy.
Total jokes don't. Like I've seen some great ones. Like come and watch me eat an entire turkey or something. I will eat an entire turkey. You know, like, come and watch it. And like, here's the information to go and see it or something. Like just people put really, really dumb things up all the frickin' time. And they don't catch on. But now we all know birds aren't real.
Some guy in a part of New York that I always used to go to, was it Union Square? He was like, come watch me eat this whole thing of like orange puffs, what are those things? Those puffy snacks? And a whole crowd was there watching this guy eat like this whole big thing of those orange puffs or whatever they're called.
Easy Poofs?
I don't know.
That's what they are in South Park, I think, or whatever, some cartoon.
They probably have gluten, so I don't eat them and I don't know what they're called. Bird, you saw that. That made me really miss Manhattan.
Doc, and Emily, fake Anna, what's your time limit for this evening? I love hanging out with y'all. Now that I've eaten, and yeah,
I think we both wanted to get up early in the morning for different things, but I don't know what that means in time. But I did already start slowing my brain down.
As did I.
Shall I turn on my camera? Everyone's camera is on. Oh my god.
Have you ever had your camera on? I don't remember.
I can turn on if I want. Just give me a minute.
So, Anna. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if now is the time.
Oh, hello. Hi. How are you?
Hi.
I was doing some house. It's a day night. I was doing some house chore, washing my clothes, and I was hanging my clothes earlier.
Nice.
Hi everyone.
Oh, hi.
I love it.
Hello. I can't find any articles discussing the hows of this or even the what of it, but the Google's AI says that the TikTok host can see all viewers.
If I'm not mistaken, I did try to mask myself before in one of the other channel. So the host wasn't able to see me. The only things that they realized I was in was when I sent in the request to go up to the live. Then they were able to see the request. Other than that, it will be actually like a hidden person or something. You may treat them as a ghost.
They keep doing things on this platform that make me want to ditch it entirely. We should all just go to Clapper or something. It's the same basic platform, but it doesn't have any of this shitty censorship on it.
Yeah, so
sorry, Eslo, Doc, wherever you tell me to go, I'll follow. I decided to explore the internet through TikTok, and here I am. But like, yeah, wherever you tell me to go, I will explore, because
for a while. One of the biggest limitations it still has is that the longest video you can put up is 3 minutes. So it makes it harder because sometimes I record like those little 10-minute videos or whatever where I'm ranting about something, so I can't put all of my TikTok content on there. But there's things I post there that I can't post here, like police wailing on people. I can put that on Clapper. I can't put that on TikTok. I mean, it was videos like that got my first account easily shut down, because I was always having to like appeal shit, and it makes it very easy. They can report those because they're already very marginal for them, and they don't like any kind of violence on there. Plus, we're always having to say stupid shit like G-side and T-ism, which bugs the fuck out of me, and I can say whatever the hell I want there. But it otherwise works the same way. You can go live on it. You can do all the same kind of stuff, and it's functionally almost identical.
I thought that the video has actually changed to 10 minutes. It still stick at 3 minutes?
On Clapper? Last I saw it was still only 3. If it's up to 10, great, but it hasn't the last time I tried to put up a larger one.
Because some of the video is like you have a history as a probably need that.
I think we're just ditching this entirely and starting over there, because it's I really hate the constant issues of censorship, and I'm having to file appeals constantly on videos. It's really annoying. I mean, on this replacement account, because remember we lost my original one. Yeah. I've already had quite a few dings on it that I've had to appeal and fight back against.
Okay, I got something on, so I have to go for a while. I see whether after I complete my tasks, I'll come back.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna take a look at it?
Yeah, because I got friends come over to my house right now, okay. So I gotta join.
Oh, we got that. Okay, cool.
Bye.
Have a good night.
On Clapper, can I talk about the Kurdistan Workers' Party? Is it that?
I've seen 0 restrictions whatsoever on anything.
Because there's no platform that allows that right now.
I don't know. I've never tried it.
I'm gonna try it.
Make an Oppo account on there, and
I'm gonna make an Oppo fan account and just see what the limits are.
Comrade Oppo on Clapper, and just push the limits, see what happens.
Hey, ball.
Yeah, I've not seen any problems at all. I've had like 0 things reported, 0 dings, nothing at all.
I mean, a year ago, I didn't know how to make an internet friend, and now that seems so silly.
You're like the queen of making internet friends, though.
No, but like a year ago, I didn't know how to do that, and it's really been TikTok. It's been TikTok of where I've decided to just explore. So anyway, yeah, but Clapper. I'll download Clapper.
Okay, so this is from their web page, giving you a sense of like their ethics. Clapper was founded in 2020 with 2 main purposes: to help creators connect, blah blah blah, and give them a safe place to share. And there's a there's a section. Okay, so and then they define censorship, and they draw on Britannica or whatever to do that. And they argue that let's see, where's the okay? So let's see. Some things. Okay, so harassment, which is literally illegal. They block that. Physically harmful content, so they would not let you do, physically violent stuff on there. But I think beyond the stuff that actually opens up real legal problems for them, I don't think they touch it at all.
I'm reading Reddit posts about it.
Creators have reported a rise in censorship and shadow banning, blah, blah, blah. Many creators said their content is suppressed. But they started off taking a stand against shadow bans and censorship. It was kind of like their thing. So...
Interesting.
Since 2020, Clapper has been against censorship and shadow banning. While we may have rules in place to protect our community members, we want Clapper to be a space for everyone to share their opinions without judgment, and that includes more difficult topics like news and current events. So when we want to talk about G-side, you can just straight up do it. They don't stop that at all. If you're actually advocating direct violence against somebody, they will stop that. I don't think you'd have a problem with Wachangan stuff. I really don't. Because you're unless you're, I don't know, reading out sections where he's telling you to go and do something violent. But he's
one phrase from him you can't. Sorry, I was talking over you.
I don't know. I mean, I'm saying overall he's been pretty good about that for a long time. He's just left in all these TS lists and whatever,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got themselves on more TS lists after they became more nonviolent, like everyone.
Yeah. This is something I raised in with JBS's last night when we were talking about future books. The nonviolent Palestinian resistance has been the most threatening to Israel, and it terrifies the holy fuck out of their leadership. Mm-hmm. It scares them, and it's why they put so much effort into stopping that stuff. When H Group decided to kind of go legit and become a political party and run elections, that's when the U.S. freaked the hell out and got involved directly.
It's always legitimacy. Like when these groups get real international legitimacy, it's such a threat.
It is. Yeah, it's terrifying to them. Where you can say, oh look, they boom buses of kids. Ooh, they're bad. Then you can't gain a lot of international sympathy. As soon as you start advocating anything beyond that, it scares the bejesus out of everybody. Mm-hmm. Then they might be forced to give real concessions. So yeah, I don't think you'd have a problem discussing him at all.
I'll sign up on there. Apple, go night. Night, puppy. He's saying puppy in there.
Yeah, I've never done a live on it. We should consider trying that sometime and just see how it functions, like what the interface is like and all that. Just try it out.
Yeah.
The feature's been around for forever, but I've never done it. But if they ever get to longer videos, I actually like that on TikTok now you can go beyond 10 minutes. I did a 12-minute video not long ago.
Oh yeah.
10 was already bad, but they're updating very, very quickly. I mean, when I started on TikTok, it was still 3 minutes, and then it went to 10, and now it's half an hour. So if Clapper does the same thing and manages to fix that, then all advantage TikTok has to me is gone.
The Clapper isn't one of those like right-wing ones, like Rumble or I don't know the other ones.
I mean, they literally talk about providing safe spaces for queer and LGBT folks, and they say that they don't like actual hate speech. That they will criticize hate speech. So if you are a neo-Yahtzee, that's where Clapper will still shut you down. But if you're not advocating hate or violence directly, they leave it alone. And talking about T-ism is not advocating it. It's not saying, go out and do this for this hateful reason. It's a whole different issue.
I mean, wherever the core people say to go, I'll follow. Just consider me an accessory. Just tag me along.
Also, Blue Sky.
And we'll experiment a little bit. If it grows and matures and becomes a more viable alternative, it is a much younger platform than TikTok. But if it keeps building up in its capabilities, then we'll see it. So just create an account and just have it in the background, start building it up a little bit. Oh yeah, and Blue Sky as well, things like that. There's a lot of younger ones. I've been on Mastodon and Blue Sky for a while, and they're both very tiny, but they also don't have a lot of the negatives that a lot of the bigger ones have.
I never figured out Mastodon. I just never really understood what I was supposed to do there.
Really, it's a Twitter clone too. It's functionally just like Blue Sky.
Oh wait, am I thinking of that? Or Collectiva Social? That's a thing that's on Mastodon, right?
I don't know the name. So
there's this one socialist. I don't know what it is. I gave up on it. If
Yeah,
I don't get the user interface right away. What?
The only thing about Mastodon is you can actually there's multiple servers you can kind of segment off, so you can be at something else, and so it allows you to do smaller sub-collectives. So you might be thinking of one of those.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a server.
Yeah, but Mastodon overall, like just in general, it functions just like Twitter, but you can create separate sub-servers where you have total control over it. So in some ways, it kind of straddles the line between a Twitter and like a Telegram or something. But either way, I like those. None of those have ever touched me at all, where I've had lots of problems with Zuck over the years. The weird thing today, because I mean, he has shut down so many of the meme groups that I used to run. Like, I mean, I've had one that I suspended, like I unpublished it, but left it alone. And occasionally it still sends me a message saying, we have removed your post from this group for blah, blah, blah reason. Like, dude, I haven't opened that since 2019. Why the fuck are you even looking at it now? But they've shut down so many things on it. It's honestly funny that today, right now, it is touching me the least. It's the least censorious of any of them. My reach on Twitter is far more throttled than it is on IG or Threads, which is weird because I have my largest following there, but most of my posts they don't get shared to people. They're not in like the whole for you type thing.
My Twitter used to have insane engagement. Like I've made real life friends on Twitter. Like it was every day I was on Twitter and I would get really good engagement, like go baby viral on some posts and nothing. Like even I can tag people in a post and they won't see it. Like no one sees anything. It's awful.
Yeah, I've been shadow banned on there for a long freaking time. I mean, I still have like 8,000 followers on there, and I average like 2 likes on a given tweet. It's ridiculous. Where it used to be all over the freaking place. But yeah, that was nicer to me these days, which is weird because I've hated Zuck for so long.
Totally. Yeah, I'm just going to keep on making posts and I have like 200 views. What's that meme where it's like, I'm going to do it anyway. Like, I'm just going to keep on doing it.
That's why I keep all my accounts too. You know, and one of the reasons I'm so pissed at TikTok, because they're the only one that's ever completely destroyed one of my accounts. They're the only servers. I've had my Facebook since the beginning of 06. So I've been there since 18 years. And on Twitter since what, 09? I mean, they're old accounts by this point, and they're fine. I mean, they get reported every now and then. I get dings or whatever, but they've never taken them down. TikTok just, without warning, destroyed everything. I lost it all, which freaking sucks.
And is this something that we should talk about privately in Discord? But did some of our friends help with trying to get that account restored, or...
I think people have sent emails or something, but they've never contacted me back. I've written to TikTok and they never wrote back to me. They just ignored me on it.
I tweeted at them and they DM'd me, but they DM'd me like, I think it was sort of an auto response. Like they didn't get all the details right. And I was like, you're not really paying attention anyway. So.
No, I just, whatever. I just try to roll with it. But it is kind of upsetting that, you know, I've been on other social platforms for 18 freaking years without a problem, and TikTok just destroys it immediately. But yeah, if an alternative to it that has the same capabilities of TikTok, and I hope you guys are hearing this, we're talking shit about your platform and maybe you should fix stuff. If they ever get, if an alternative gets good enough, yeah, I'll start doing my lives there instead. You know, right now it was still a little rougher, and there's a limitation on the length of the video. So I've still stuck with this, and more people know this already. So there's a bigger audience, and I would keep posting this regardless. Even if I moved to another platform, just like I post the same content on Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, whatever. It's always the same. I could keep them all because everyone has its own audience and people on there, so more people get to see the shit. I mean, if the whole point is to get ideas out there and get people to think, go where the people are. So I'm not going to ditch TikTok as long as they'll put up with me, but I wouldn't mind moving my lives elsewhere.
I'm with you. Wherever you go, I'll follow.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you would be too, huh? Yes, you will follow me. That's my old lady. My good old lady.
So, I thought it was really interesting in this live earlier how I wasn't immediately guilted or shamed for saying that the DNC, I owe no allegiance to the DNC. In a very liberal life. It was a very vote blue no matter who live. And I was surprised. Maybe it's because of the relationship that I have with both of the hosts, that they know me as a person, but they didn't immediately shame me. But I think that that's a really important question and discussion that was happening in our DC. I don't know if now is the time to talk about that, but I was surprised. I was surprised that both of them were like, we appreciate you. And I owe no allegiance.
That's great. I mean, DNC and firing squad probably belong in the same sentence in some possible way. I don't think the organization serves any useful function. I think it's horrifying. It has been a major obstacle to any kind of change in this country for decades now. So people can vote for the party if they want to vote for the party or particular candidates or whatever. That's a whole different issue. But actually dealing with the corporate structure of the party, no one should be a fan. If somebody tells me I am a fan of the DNC, I walk in the other direction.
Well, and I think that when it came to Bernie, this was a huge kind of light bulb moment for me when the superdelegates voted for who the hell they wanted for, despite what overwhelmingly the constituents were saying. And it just became a F you, we're going to do what we want. And it was, I will never forgive that. That's what just completely broke my quote unquote allegiance, And now my girlfriend was telling me earlier that she's like, Erica, you're 40. Like, we're just going to be 40 for the next 5 years. You're 40. But it's like for the next, for the last 20 years, I've leaned to, to the left, but they've lost all allegiance after that. After the superdelegates were like, we're just going to vote for whoever the F we want to, despite what the constituents are overwhelmingly saying. And my vote does not matter. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. And I know that you get that, but
Yeah. Oh, I could tell you some stories. I mean, I went into politics determined not to interact with them at all, and I kept that up. But I had a campaign manager at one point that says you have to have the conversation. You have to try. Like, fine. So he arranged one video chat with a representative from them, and they sent a pretty low level person to it, and they said exactly what I expected them to say, and I told them to go fuck themselves. They said, we will support you if you raise $3 million and change a whole bunch of your positions. So I said, okay, Joe, I was right. They're trash. Can I hang up this call now? They're an obstacle to change. They're terrible. And they go way out of their way to crush progressive candidates at all frickin' levels. So no, there's no. Oh, you're 40 thing. Okay, fun story there. My mother was 39 forever. She was 39 until I was well into my 40s. She finally had to change that and says, "Oh no, I'm."
I'm just gonna be 40 for the next 5 years. Like, just so that you know, I just learned that this is acceptable, and I'm 6 days away from my 40th. So we're just going to say that I'm 40 for the next 5 years.
I'm on your team. You'll be 40 as long as you want to be 40. I just thought it was really funny when I just like, and this is my mother. She's only 39.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, and I hear you. I think that a lot of the guilt and shame, you know, when I went up on this live, which was pretty large, people in the comments were like, "Oh, like she's the reason why Trump got elected, and your privilege is showing through," and you know, just like a lot of things that I definitely want to have the conversation. I want to have the intersectional conversation about how you know, there is a BIPOC woman that is running for president, where when I was a little girl, like, you know, and I asked my dad, could I run for president? And he told me, of course you could, you know, like there's that little Disney girl inside of me where when Camilla said that she was running, there was a sense of relief, right? But I also see all of the reasons why I am worried about complacency or passivity with someone like her becoming president. But yeah, few of my thoughts.
Well, you've now reached the constitutional age requirement for being president, so I think you need to put together an exploratory committee.
Oh, you're ridiculous. I have way too dark of a past to do that, Liam. No.
I ran for Congress as an anarchist. I was my very first interview. I was like, yeah, I come from the anarchist movement, the anarchist tradition, you know, and I just rolled with it. You know, I mean, you can do it. I mean, I was a long-haired, long-bearded anarchist, and I got a major party nomination. You know, there's a lot more that's possible that people think. And the country has gotten a lot more forgiving of dark pasts because it's a sign of both authenticity and maturity. You know, that you've gone through some shit and come out the other side. People like those stories. So there's a ton of reasons to say no to politics, but that shouldn't be one of them. I would much rather have somebody like you running, but if you hate them as much as I do, don't do it. There's tons of other reasons not to do it.
Well, I think I might be a little bit more of an introvert than you, but I am getting more comfortable speaking at city council. They definitely, absolutely know me. I walk in there, they know me, they know my credentials. We're at that point now. So I'm just going to continue to go and continue to do my thing. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the future holds, but it's really interesting. I did just put, I don't remember who wrote it, but I put a book on hold on the library that I just got a notification that it was ready, and it was something about like how to run for anything, like something like that. Yeah, I mean, I am interested. I think the more that I do it, the more that I practice using my voice, the better that I'll get. And yeah, I mean, y'all are so helpful. Having friends that are like, yeah, we're on Team Erica, like it means more than you know.
You know, I'm very supportive of you going to city councils and stuff. You know, I've showed up plenty of times when I've lived in cities, and oh gosh, the other was some of the cities actually record stuff. There's a couple of clips out there floating on YouTube of me at the, God, this is years ago, at the Temecula City Council, and they're a very conservative city, and I'm just like tearing them a new asshole. You get like 3 minutes to talk, and like, okay, here's why you are all completely motherfucking stupid. And then time's up, and I get to go sit down. But
no, 3 minutes is so short, and it's like I just make it part of my routine that I just go, I say my 3-minute speech, I do my thing. I don't stand up during the Pledge of Allegiance. I already cause a big scene whenever I do that. I'm already going in with, some type of pro-Palestinian something, and then not standing up, and then in my speech doing my 3 minutes, and then walking out, and just making it part of my routine that this is just something that I do. So yeah, I don't know what that's going to lead into, but I think city council, knowing my name, knowing my credentials, and knowing what I stand for is something that is very different than a year ago. So yay for moving forward. We move forward, not straight. Never straight, always forward.
I had that beaten in my head when I worked at Disney. I know. But yeah, go to the meetings. You'll get to know people. They'll get to know you. Maybe run for city council in a few years. I mean, we need sane voices on these councils, and a lot of them have been captured by far rightists because people don't pay attention. They just tune out from these things. So tons of city and county offices are now run by completely horrifying human beings, and they are really having an effect. We need a lot more lefties on those councils. And in many areas, a city council election isn't that expensive. It just depends on what the opposition is, but they're doable for a lot of people. You can raise enough to do it.
100%. And I just want to say that, I'm surprised why people aren't, taking over city council. You have this, I know that it's really hard. Y'all, for the 27 people that are in here, it's really, standing up in front of a crowd and doing a 3-minute speech. It sounds really hard, but, you go and you do it and you speak your values and you just say, hey, care about the Palestinians. That's all I'm trying to do. All I do is humanize, where it's right now, 185 journalists have been targeted. And these are journalists that now, they're not people that are across the world. These are people that I have connected with over the internet, that I know their names, I know their families, I know, the names of their kids. These are human beings, and to just do everything that I possibly can to humanize the Palestinian struggle, I think is so important. And I just want that voice. If it's just a lone voice in every city council, and every single city across the nation, then so be it. Then let's be single voices across in every single city, and let's go live and let's do it. Because guess what? I'm not alone. You're not alone. You, Emily, Anna, so many of these people have helped me discover that I'm not alone. And so now all of a sudden I'm brave and I have my voice again. And so I see that, I want that. I want city councils to be taken over.
Yeah, I do too. And you mentioned introversion earlier. So just a last thought from me on this, because I know there's a few chat questions and somebody asked about Venezuela and whatever, but there's they're skills. I mean, I'm a massive introvert. The reason I can do things like this much more easily is I got used to lecturing. And that was hard to begin with too. At the beginning, I stood up at the lectern, and I had little notes because I would get distracted and nervous, so I could look down and remember what the hell I was supposed to talk about. It was very basic. It was a step up from the Ferris Bueller's guy, but I mean, now I'm sitting on a table in front of the classes, or I get up and I rant and I pace and I tell jokes, and I'm very I'm very animated in a lot of classes, but it's still hard physically. One of the nice things about the modern watches that track your heart rate, and I started looking at statistics, every time I'm lecturing, my heart rate spikes massively. It's physiologically difficult for me, but you can push yourself out of that and do things. Politics is difficult because it kept me out of my comfort zone for a lot of time, and I was terrible at that at first too. So giving like little public talks, I had to have notes. So I was like holding papers, and eventually I got to where I don't need this shit. And it got comfortable enough to do it. It's always going to be physiologically difficult for introverts to do stuff like this, but you can develop a skill. Like anything else, it's just a skill. It just depends on the time you put into it. All right. And if you're spending time talking at city council and learning to express your thoughts in 3 minutes, that's a big part of the trick right away. One of the hardest things I had learning to give political speeches was that I was used to a classroom with a frickin' clock on the wall, and I could keep track of and pace my time from that. That's the main reason I needed to have notes, was to kind of pace myself time-wise. Otherwise, I wouldn't get through what I wanted to say in my allotted time. But if you're doing that at city council, you're already learning one of the most important skills you'll need to later run for one, is to get your point across in a concise and clear way. So yeah, wherever you go with that, it's the same thing you mentioned earlier about following wherever we go on social media. I'll follow you wherever you go on that Odyssey. If you just want to be a gadfly and bitch at the city council members, I will cheer you on. If you want to run for one, I'll donate. Like I'll canvas for you, whatever,
You're so sweet. Y'all are family. And I can't thank you enough. And yeah, I know people on city council in similar cities, and it's a really interesting future to consider. Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate y'all more than words. I'm not going to cry on the internet. So
we all appreciate you. That's the thing. I don't know if you know how much you're loved. So
question from the chat. Is there a question from the chat?
The question was about Venezuela.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. There was some.
It was pretty broad. It was just, what's your opinion on that Venezuelan election?
Yeah, that's a simple answer, and so is actually tomorrow's here too. The whole like city council, you can absolutely be in city council without being a Democrat or Republican. I know literal self-described Marxists who are on city councils in this country. There are libertarians on city councils. There are Greens on city councils. Now, there are, there's at least one I can think of in Washington who is a self-described communist, a member of a communist party, is on a city council. It really depends on your ground game in the neighborhood. If you can talk to people and they trust you as a person, they'll take a chance on you. The party affiliations aren't as important. In some big cities, there's a bunch of money. Running for LA city council, no fucking way. That'll be all Democrats and Republicans. But most cities aren't that bad. Even in some other, tolerably big cities, cities of hundreds of thousands of people, you can absolutely get people of any party on them, or people of no party at all. It's not quite as bad as we think. The question on Venezuela is in some major cities too. Yeah, honestly, where you are, I think you could do it. It would take a bit more effort and a bit more of a ground game. You would have to have a good team and be able to raise money. Not a huge amount, but you would have to raise money for it. In a tiny city, you can run a shoestring. But where you are, it's absolutely still possible.
How much are we talking, Doc Liam?
Again, it really depends on the race. There are I've seen some campaigns managed with just a few grand in small places, but in a large city, you're talking tens of thousands up to hundreds of thousands. It just depends on the size of the city. But again, that's all doable. Raising $10,000 to $20,000 for a political race is not difficult at all. I hated raising money and was terrible at it, and I raised $150K. And it was all like tiny donors, small things. I think there's only a handful of people that gave me larger donations. Like Susan Sarandon gave me a large donation. There's only a handful.
We have a connection.
Yeah. There were a few good people that threw out the max on there, but it was mostly like $10 and $20. And again, I'm terrible at it. If you have a good team for it and you're better at telephone than I am, anybody can raise a few tens of thousands of dollars to take a city council seat. It's very rare that you end up needing $100,000 for it. It's not like Congress. Congress, you're barely viable at where I was raising cash at. You generally need $1 million to be remotely competitive in a congressional race. Whole different ballgame.
All of that.
I just came up. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no! All of that is so interesting. And welcome, Aquarium. Good evening.
Oh, hello. I just came up.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. Sorry, there was a question.
Sorry.
In chat. We keep forgetting about it, so I don't want to forget about it. So
I just didn't want to leave this subject before I made this comment real quick.
Okay, cool.
So that list of books that you were talking about earlier, maybe we should make this a whole video.
Yeah, and they're way up here. But I think I looked at it, and I think if I put the 8-foot ladder in here, I think I might be able to take a picture of it without having to go on there. I built the shelves up there. I can work up there, but it's because now there's the bookcase and books in front. It's a passageway about this wide, and that's what I have to work through. So it's hard to keep balance to get up there. So if you were local and you wanted to borrow one, that would be harder. But I think I could take a picture and get the titles and suggest the best ones out of those.
That's all I wanted. I just wanted to suggest that so that everybody could benefit from those books.
Somebody mentioned Run for Anything. That one's decent, but not great. Something desk reference. The political something desk reference, I think, was one of the better ones.
What was one of the better ones? Because the Run for Anything is almost maybe the one that is on hold for me.
It's okay. The political campaign desk reference. That one, of a single book, that one was the most comprehensive in covering all the different aspects of doing this. But there's a lot of other ones that are very specific to like local races that are decent, not great, but decent. And there's a few really good ones about how to run a good progressive campaign and really focus on the issues and raise money without going to big donors. Like the Wellstone method book was decent. So there's a number of other things I can point to that are more specific, but I think anybody running for office should probably get through something like the political campaign desk reference. And it's not very big either, because it covers every aspect of it. So from there, when you go and look at some different specific things about it, like I've got books on like how to get out the vote, how to properly canvass and whatnot. All the specifics, you at least go in with a good foundation, I think. So that's one I can remember offhand that was good. But yeah, there's a bunch of specific ones up there that I'll take the pictures. I'll list the best ones. I'll make like a little annotated bibliography. This is good for this. This is good for this. And see if that helps you.
Well, y'all are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, let's see. The Venezuela one. First off, tell the U.S. to go fuck itself, because we shouldn't be interfering in other countries' elections and telling people who won. That's just fucking stupid. Whether you like it or not, Maduro is president, and pretending otherwise. I mean, it's like how we pretended that Taiwan was actually China until what, the 1972 or something like that. It was just dumb, like to ignore reality, and it's imperialistic as hell. Whether or not he actually won, I don't think anybody can answer. He's a lot more popular in the country than people like to pretend in Western media. He does have a significant base among poor people who actually have done all right, despite all the memes floating around and on that try to say, oh, Venezuelans are starving and they're all eating cats or whatever. Like, no, there actually was more resources funneled into a lot of poorer areas, and that does give him a base. He's not terribly popular in big cities. So there is a significant opposition, and he is corrupt and autocratic, but that's not too uncommon for leftist leaders when they take power, because there are so many obstacles to holding power. People end up making those little Machiavellian bargains with themselves, like saying, well, I have to fight back, like I have to protect the revolution or whatever, and then next thing you know, you're a dictator like anybody else. And Maduro is kind of like that at this point. He is you can start off, he was a bus driver at some point, but he's been in power long enough that he's been corrupted by it. And I don't think that can be ignored. And the fact that they called it before everything was counted is pretty sus. So it's entirely possible he lost, but it's also possible he won. And I think the only people who can answer that question are fucking Venezuelans. Not us. The U.S. government doesn't know, because the U.S. government can't read the frickin' ballots. They have no access to it. They just pulled that out of their ass. They don't like Maduro, right? We don't know who won. But Maduro is president, whether you like it or not, and that's all there is to it. I don't see I don't think it needs a whole lot more analysis than that, honestly.
The U.S. recently even tried to interfere in the elections in North Syria. I don't remember how, but they were. Don't bite me. It was something like disputing what the results were, and it's like, come on, they've been doing different forms of democracy forever, but because they in Rojava they try to have like a fake state so that they get international legitimacy, because they were growing in legitimacy and having more visible, like broad elections, like Western type elections. Because of that, the U.S. was like, excuse me, those are fake, or I don't remember what happened, but
we interfere in elections all around the world. Mm-hmm. None of this is new. The bit about the invasion, no. People talking about us invading Venezuela are as crazy as saying we're going to have World War III with Russia. It doesn't make sense. Most of Latin America already detests the U.S. government and only has to cooperate with it because of our power, so they want to work with us, but they don't really like us or our politics. And if you move into a country like that, all you do is you throw more sympathy to them. It would realign things. It would get a lot more people sympathizing with Maduro and the Chavistas. Not to mention, it's a fairly large country with a significant population. It's not something that we want to take on. It's not worth it. Because it honestly is no threat either. So there's like zero strategic reason. It would harm America's diplomacy across the area. So it would have significant long-term effects on our diplomatic standing in the area. It would cost a lot of money and lives, and it gains us nothing because we already have access to their oil. Everyone thinks that we get all of our oil from Saudi Arabia. We get most of it from places like Venezuela and Mexico and Brazil, places that are much, much closer to home. We take in a lot of Venezuelan oil already. We just don't talk about it because we let the media keep funneling all kinds of like Venezuelan socialism kind of like bullshit that gets us all like scared of socialism, but it has nothing to do with Venezuela. They still have a capitalist economy, and we buy shit from them every day. It would cost us a lot of money and really harm our energy security if we went into Venezuela.
That drives me nuts. Like, so many, like Cuba is pretty capitalist now. Like, so many of these these nation states are like doing global capitalism. It's just all neoliberalism, and it's just such a red herring to act like there's these big socialist boogeymen.
Yeah, at this point, Cuba has it's still more socialist than not, but it's basically a mixed economy. It's moving, I think, more in the direction of market socialism, which I celebrate. If Cuba can successfully establish a market socialist economy and later transition to some kind of direct power for evil, like even it's just local democracy or whatever, but like make it more democratic and less autocratic, I'll fucking love it, because they do so much well already. Education, healthcare, tons of areas. They provide a very good standard of living by Latin American standards. It's one of the highest standards of living in Latin America, and everyone just thinks it's completely failed. Socialism fails everywhere.
Yeah.
Nonsensical.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I didn't try to seek political asylum in Cuba ever, so no thought. Head empty.
Yeah, it's weird that for God, half a century of sanctions, and they have a higher life expectancy than we do.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, which country is really the failed state? You know, Cuba has a 100% literacy rate. They're one of the best educated populations in the world, and 56% of Americans can't read above a 6th grade level.
This is why I think that everyone should travel.
Who's the failed state?
No, like I really feel that, and I understand that my background is very different and very privileged, and that I've been able to travel all around the world, but having a global perspective is essential today. You have to think globally. You have to, because we are all connected.
You know, one of the reasons that they use so many tour groups, build so many generic resorts in different places, and have pushed a lot of people toward cruising is because it stops exactly that kind of travel. You're not really interacting with people. Let's put everyone on a boat and have them gambling the entire time. And let's pull into a few specific ports and take them off in little tour groups and show them only the nice parts. Don't let them actually talk to people who will tell them what the impact is of American foreign policy on their country. No, keep them in nice little resort areas, sipping Mai Tais, and then put them back on the frickin' boat. Actual travel for travel's sake, where you go and see things and talk to people. I mean, you got to go back to the 19th century to find that shit now. It's really dying out. It's a lost art. I mean, when I travel to places, I just go into random area. I walk down random streets, sit down on benches, and just listen to people. I've been in a lot of like touristy type times, and I've not seen the major tourist sites. Like I've literally never seen the Tower Bridge in London. And I've been in London quite a few times, but I've never gone anywhere near it. I don't care. There's no point.
When I traveled, and it's been a few years, especially since being a mom, but I definitely went off the beaten path, and to go into like the different like Andaman Islands and like South Andaman Islands, and to definitely like, yeah, just completely different experiences where there was one moment where one of the only ways that I was going to get on the train was to get on a general class Indian train class. And I thought getting on the women's cart would be my best option at, a lot of things. And so that was a complete experience where I rode in the luggage cart for 12 hours in North India. I got onto this women's only cart, and this she was like 20 years old, Bengali girl. She looks at me, and I have my backpack that's like as big as I am. I'm like 120 pounds, and my backpack is, I don't know, maybe like 90, maybe less than that. I'm probably less than that. I was weighing a lot at that time, weighing a lot of the, deciding what was important and what wasn't important. And she looks at me and she says, "You set your bag down, climb in the luggage cart." And I was like, "What?" And she goes, "Set your luggage down, climb in the luggage cart. That's the only way that you're not going to get pushed out of the cart." And so that's what I did. And so I got this view of women and Indian women from a bird's eye view, with no men around. And there were some older women that were like arguing in Hindi, like, no, they can't be up in the luggage rack. Like, that's not traditional. They need to be down here in the seats. And then this old woman, and she's like 60 years old, y'all. And she is like, F that. I am going up in the luggage rack because there is no room. This is general class, y'all. Like, she is going up. And so to like see, and like the entire cart was hysterically laughing because here is this very, very conservative Hindi, North Indian grandmother that is like spread eagle climbing up into the luggage rack up on this Indian train. And you would never, ever in a million years see that if a man was around. It was only because it was the women's cart. And I don't know. I'm so grateful for the experiences, especially with women that have really opened my eyes and really had me have a global perspective. And so anyway, I'll end it there. But yeah, thank you for letting me tell that story. I should probably drop down to the comments at this point.
Oh, it's really cool. You actually reminded me of a whole bunch of little stories. You know, like it's just. I mean, God, I could not tell you how many places I've just like hitchhiked. You know, couch surfed. You know, just going from place to place. You know, to meet real people and see how things are working. I mean, you want to get around someplace, like just find a local who will take you. You know, and hitch along with them. Like I once got stranded in the UK in Newcastle late at night because the other train like just got cancelled or something, so there was no way to carry on into Scotland. So I just found somebody's car who was heading that way, and we just hitched a ride from Newcastle to Edinburgh. And that was hella fun because we just got to spend the whole time like talking about it, and and we're like cruising along like these cool coast roads overlooking like the North Sea, and like just like all these little villages we're passing. It was really cool. Which you don't get when you're doing something the right way, you know? Or, gosh, even in the U.S., like, okay, so I did do one trip to Hawaii once because, you know, my ex-wife's family was pretty well off. So this was way back when. And he wanted to take the whole family to Hawaii. So the discussion about which island, okay, so I kind of won that one. We went to Kauai. Because it's, you know, pretty far away, and most of the resorts are over on like a place like Maui or whatever, or on, you know, Oahu. But they still wanted a resort, so we're staying at this big ass fancy resort. And the entire time there, I ignored it. I woke up, I left immediately. I rented a car, and I started driving off to random places. I explored every inch of that island. I got out, I started hiking, I hiked into the interior, I found like little waterfalls, you know, isolated little groves where the trees are growing on the beaches, you know, went and talked to people. I found a bunch of like abandoned sugar refining, stuff because they used to, when they had plantations there, that all the refining stuff is now close to where their basic county dump is. But it's all these rusting out buildings. And I did some urban exploration. I got to climb on all this like old derelict equipment, you know, because I didn't stay in the fucking resort. People don't do that. Everywhere I went, I was the only person who wasn't a local. You know, like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like I'm exploring. I mean, it's a pretty island. I want to see stuff. And yeah, they didn't get it, but it was fun. So yeah, I love like taking those random experiences. Like the way you talk about going to the Andamans, that's cool. Like that's middle of fucking nowhere. That's cool. Like,
yeah, and then going to South Andaman is like the middle of nowhere. But yeah, like meeting some of especially when I was traveling in North India and reflecting on it now, the amount there were certain dishes on the menu that I assumed were Indian that were Israeli because so many Israelis travel to India before they go into service. And so I actually spent a significant amount of time encountering Israelis. I mean, I had Passover with Israelis on the Andamans. It's fascinating now to see, I'm a gardener, so it's like all of the seeds that were planted to create the garden that I now have, and how many seeds that were planted, in my past and my travels and by the people that I had met. If I might tell one more story, if that's okay, fake Anna, Emily. Um, Thank you. There was this one time, it sounds like this one time when I was at band camp, but this one time when I was like, yeah,
we gotta like cover Appo's ears, but
I know.
Appo is very pervy.
But this one time when I was in Kathmandu, I was at this restaurant, and there was a Israeli guy that came in that had his arm wrapped in bandages. And we were chatting. It was a very social kind of place. And I happened to be sitting next to him, and the person next to me said, "You don't know who he is? He is a hero." And I said, oh, well, who's this hero that I'm sitting next to? And like I said, he had his arm bandaged, but this was one of the most deadliest weekends on Everest. So for those that don't know, Kathmandu is like where you start to like go up to Everest. And so there was like it was like one of the deadliest weekends. And there's like often like a line, like a wait line. And this is like 15 years ago. So I hope that things are different now, although I do know that Everest is very littered. But anyway, that's a side point. But this man sitting beside me had his arm bandaged, and he was just like 100 meters from summiting Everest, and he had passed over a Turkish man, and there were several bodies that they had passed over before getting up there. And this Turkish man would have obviously unalived. He put him on his back and decided not to summit and took him down. And had he not, he was honestly like 50 to 100 meters from the top. He would have been the youngest Israeli to ever summited Everest. And he decided to put a man on his back and carry him all the way down. And he had lost a glove in the process and had severe frostbite all over his hand. And that's why his hand was severely bandaged. And so he had just been released from the hospital. And that's when I met him sitting in Kathmandu. And so I don't know, like, Liam, you have more of the historical context between this, the youngest Israeli and Turkish. But it sounds so similar to me about like the paradox of the Good Samaritan, which is not a moral story. It's really a story about being anti-nationalistic, right? It's really a story about getting over your nationalistic biases. And that's just what it reminds me of. And thank you for letting me get on my soapbox.
No, it's great, and it really is worth reminding people that there are good people in every country. Because I see people every now and then making comments like, every person in Israel is a demon, or like just really extreme kind of comments. Like, no, there are great people there too that are doing good work and hate the way Palestinians are treated. We shouldn't just paint with those broad brush strokes. So it's good to be reminded of people's humanity, that there can be heroes everywhere. I have one, I don't know, quick kind of, I don't know, anti-imperialist, anti-Western sort of observation related to your comment about India and Israel. And then I have a serious a point I want to make here that
100%. We're here.
The first is that Israel has a really, when it has for a long time, had a really significant psychedelic trance scene, like nightclub scene, EDM. And they got that from India. Like they got that from Goa, right? From spending time there and seeing the club scene there and being inspired by a bunch of Indians.
100%.
A lot of that stuff spread from there all across Europe and whatnot, and everyone just sort of ignores that Indians played a significant part in developing, several different genres of EDM, and they get no credit for that shit at all, which I think is really kind of fucked up. The other one is I actually have a very substantial chest pain, so I probably should stop. I'm sure it's just related to asthma because it's on this side, but it's quite sharp. So I think I'd rather rest my lungs.
Yeah, let's go. We love you so, so, so much, Liam. And text me or call me and or let the Discord know that you're okay. We love you. I'm going to go ahead and drop. And thanks for letting me go on my soapbox, y'all. Apparently, fake Anna. I feel comfortable. So thank you, Emily. Thank you, Doc Liam. I love y'all and all y'all in the chat. Thank you. I hope you feel better, Liam. Seriously. Please be safe.
If you never hear from me again.
Oh my God, stop. I love your soapbox, Erica. And yeah, let's wind down, guys. I don't know if Anna's here, but oh yeah, Anna's here. Thanks for letting me use your account. All right, we're gonna go. Bye.
Yeah.